them now.
Hello and welcome to an India Today special broadcast. I'm Gaurav Sawant. Taiwan gets red hot ahead of US House Speaker Nancy Pelosi's visit, and her aircraft is now in Taiwan's air defense identification zone. She will be landing shortly. Nancy Pelosi's Boeing C-40 has entered Taiwan's ADIZ. She's likely to land in the next 15 minutes. Information also coming in, and this is information that's coming in through the Japanese media that's reporting that at least 13 United States Air Force aircraft are escorting Nancy Pelosi's aircraft to Taipei, and of course ensuring that the sky remains absolutely safe. Reports also suggest Nancy Pelosi's flight is being escorted by F-16 aircraft of Taiwan Air Force. Meanwhile, on ground, and these are three images that we've put out on your television screen, at the Songshan airport, camouflage has reportedly been removed from anti-aircraft guns, and a large crowd of people in Taiwan en route the airport to receive and welcome Nancy Pelosi.
Global flashpoint over Taiwan. Pelosi to land in Taiwan anytime now. China threatens, world holds breath. Chinese hardball or just mind games? Dragons drama or escalation ahead? Big focus on News Track.
US Air Force F-22 Raptors and F-15 Eagles, they are escorting Nancy Pelosi's aircraft. They've taken off from an airbase in Japan. That's the information that's coming in through the Japanese media. There are also 5 mid-air refuelers in the sky at different locations, which means, are these combat air patrols? Are they securing the skies to ensure Nancy Pelosi's Boeing lands safely in Taiwan? And there is no threat because the rhetoric from China has intensified. And over the course of the next 1 hour, we get you details. I'm Gaurav Sawant, as always. Let's get started with the headlines at 8. Congress hits the streets in protest. Enforcement Directorate raids the National Herald building in the national capital. Searches on at 12 different locations in connection with the money laundering case. Former Bengal Minister Partha Chatterjee's close aide Arpita Mukherjee breaks her silence on the 55 crore cash mountain seizure by the Enforcement Directorate. Says the money does not belong to her. Her nail parlor and 4 more properties raided in Kolkata. Congress party attacks the Narendra Modi government over Lal Singh Chadda, backs Amir Khan over boycott trend. Congress Neta Priyank Kharge says India has become intolerant. Kerala battles monsoon fury, red alert in 7 districts. Incessant rain predicted till Thursday. Flood and landslide in several areas. Clear Pakistan link emerges in the drone strike and killing of Ayman Al-Zawahiri. Islamabad's stooge and Taliban Interior Minister Sirajuddin Haqqani had sheltered the Al-Qaeda chief in a posh Kabul safe house. So in about 15 minutes from now, US House Speaker Nancy Pelosi's aircraft is scheduled to land in Taiwan. And you have the US Air Force, F-15 Eagles and F-22 Raptors fighters in the air. You also have 5 mid-air refuelers in the air. Apart from these US Air Force assets, you also have F-16s of Taiwan Air Force in the air to protect the skies as an aircraft comes in. Nancy Pelosi is scheduled to land at 20:15 hours IST at Taipei. Now, Japan has reported 13 US Air Force aircraft have taken off from different US bases in the region. They will escort her to Taipei and ensure that combat air patrol or protecting the skies is ensured. Now, in Taiwan, in Taipei, buildings are displaying "Welcome to Taipei, Speaker Pelosi" signs. Also, Taiwan loves US, and we will show you those pictures on your television screens shortly. Massive, massive security in place, and China clearly frothing in the mouth. One propaganda video after the other, including messages in the past 48 hours, ready for combat. That's the message that comes out from China. The question remains, is this a video that's being put out because it's the 95th anniversary of the People's Liberation Army, or is this a very clear signal? And big breaking story that we get to you. China's Su-35 aircraft. China's Su-35 aircraft close to the ADIZ, or Air Defense Identification Zone. In Taiwan, anti-aircraft guns, camouflage cover removed from those anti-aircraft guns. 13 US fighters and tankers flank Pelosi's aircraft. That's the information that's coming in. She will land very shortly. Joining me on India Today is Wen Yi Li, who joins us from Taipei. Also, William Yang is a senior journalist, again joining us from Taipei. But Wen Yi Li, if I may, what's the latest on ground in Taipei?
So the latest news coming from Taiwanese government is that Taiwan's Ministry of Foreign Affairs just confirmed that there will be a special visitor, an important visitor coming to Taiwan and will arrive in Taiwan Songshan Airport. That's the latest news, that the Taiwanese government just confirmed that she will arrive at 10:30.
Okay, and what's the situation on ground? What's the security environment like? Is there a threat? Is there a threat from mainland China?
So definitely the government is preparing how to protect Taiwan from the threat from mainland China. And right now we are seeing, including the hotel that Pelosi is going to stay overnight, and then also the security in the airport, also all secured protected by the Chinese government.
Okay, Wen Yi Li, stay with us for a moment. William Yang, a Su-35, and that's also being reported right now by the international media, that a Su-35 is close to the ADIZ, Air Defense Identification Zone. What would this mean? Are these Chinese intimidation tactics?
Yeah, this is clearly very consistent with what China has been doing to Taiwan over the last few years by flying different kinds and types of their fighter jets into Taiwan's air defense identification zone. And this is nothing new and nothing very innovative, but at the same time, it just signals that China is very closely following and watching the landing of Pelosi's plane. And at the same time, it is not backing down in terms of not scaling back its tactics that has been using against Taiwan and putting pressure on Taiwan. And at this very crucial moment, I think it's a demonstration of their determination to stick with what they had previously warned before Pelosi decided that, or information confirmed that she is coming to Taipei, which is that the People's Liberation Army is not going to sit idly if she decided to visit Taipei.
And now that it's clear that she will be landing in a short while from now, for the benefit of our viewers in India, the difference between airspace, air defense identification zone, and the classification of a threat as far as Taiwan is concerned. What happens? What are the standard operating procedures, William Yang, if a Chinese aircraft or a hostile aircraft is in ADIZ, or a fear or an apprehension that it may come into Taiwan's airspace?
So the typical handling of a Chinese military aircraft being spotted in Taiwan's ADIZ is that Taiwan's Air Force should send their own military aircraft up into the air to monitor and also send out warnings while the Chinese aircraft is being identified or still within the zone. And of course, when the Chinese aircraft had made the case of actually crossing into Taiwan's so-called airspace, then there will be an escalation of the Taiwanese response. But we have actually not really seen that being deployed or used by Beijing just yet. But the frequency that they have been deploying their military aircraft into Taiwan's ADIZ is really putting pressure on Taiwan's Air Force over the last few years, because whenever they spotted Chinese aircraft, they have to deploy and scramble, and the frequency of that is really putting a lot of pressure on the pilots, and at the same time it's depriving the pilots from getting all the other trainings or all the other preparations that they need to actually be in preparation mode for whatever kind of event that is happening within their own territory of management. So that is why a lot of the experts were saying that the frequency that the Chinese has been doing that is actually going to be taking a toll on Taiwan's Air Force in the long term.
So a much bigger Chinese Air Force is sending in its aircraft, and a smaller Taiwanese Air Force, the pilots would be tired, the engines and the aircraft and the avionics and the entire systems would be under pressure. But when Yi Li, what would Speaker Nancy Pelosi's schedule be from the moment she lands? How long will she be in Taiwan? Apart from President Tsai Ing-wen, who all is she meeting? What's on her agenda?
So she is expected to stay in Taiwan for less than 24 hours. So she stay overnight in Taiwan, and then tomorrow morning there will be a meeting expected to with President Tsai Ing-wen, and then she will visit Taiwan's legislative and Taiwan's Congress. Later, there is also an expected luncheon with some group of people. And then also some human rights activists are expected to see Nancy Pelosi as well. So these are all the schedules that are expected during the day tomorrow, and then later afternoon she will leave Taiwan for South Korea.
Okay, William Yang, what are expectations in Taiwan? What's the buzz on ground? We do see these posters and banners at hotels, welcome US Speaker, Taiwan loves US, but what's the buzz on ground?
The buzz is actually a two-camp, basically waiting outside her hotel, and also near the, basically one camp is Taiwanese people who are very strongly believing in the benefit of building closer ties with the United States, whereas the other crowd is more pro-unification with China that have actually been staging protests outside the hotel since this afternoon. And there were reports of minor shoutings between both camps. And actually now I think the official broadcast of the situation at the airport is just showing that the plane is probably just about to land. So we're actually seeing Taiwanese Foreign Minister Joseph Wu waiting for Pelosi, and he will be the first Taiwanese official that she's going to be greeting. And the AIT, American Institute in Taiwan's director, Sanjay Raut, is also at the scene to accompany Joseph Wu and to welcome Pelosi. So Pelosi is expected to be going straight to the hotel after she landed. So there will be no public engagement, and it will be interesting to see where she tries to go into the hotel, because there is a huge crowd of journalists basically crowding outside the main entrance of the hotel, and there are also hundreds of police waiting around to ensure her security.
Okay, both of you stay with me for a moment. We are just being told, that red dot that you see on your television screens, this is a live shot that's coming from the Taipei airport. And this is where her aircraft is coming in to land shortly. We are told it will be landing very, very soon in Taiwan. What's the signal? What's the messaging? Is this symbolic? Is this substantive? Is this actually going to rile China? These are several questions that we will be putting to a panel of experts and, of course, our reporters and analysts on ground. India today has the biggest team of reporters and analysts in Taipei, getting you all angles to this story. But Wen Yi Li, as far as Taiwan is concerned, are you looking at this visit, and in Taiwan, is this being looked at as a symbolic visit, or is there something substantive that will come out of this?
This is really a symbolic visit because as a lot of media reports, this is the first time after 25 years that the House Speaker from the U.S. Is visiting Taiwan, and also the highest ranking officials coming to Taiwan. So people are really expecting to see what this kind of visit could bring to Taiwan, maybe more kind of cooperation or more friendship with the U.S.
Okay, so you said this is more symbolic, and that's the first image that we're getting to you of Nancy Pelosi's aircraft coming in to land at Taipei, the Songshan airport. There is a large crowd, we are told, waiting to receive her. The foreign minister is at the airport to receive her. And that's the aircraft that's coming in to land. But William Yang, as she comes in, symbolic or something more substantive that you expect out of this visit? And is it actually, as some argue, putting Taiwan in harm's way?
I think it's difficult to really gauge whether the effect is going to put Taiwan in a more harm's way or actually benefit from it. I think there are both arguments will stand up, because on the one hand, these kind of very high-level visits always give Taiwan a lot of international attention, and this is probably the highest attention that they've ever actually given. And at the same time, the concern is that this kind of very high-profile visit could actually, it's not really helping to improve Taiwan's security and safety. And if this kind of visit happens too often, it might actually just attract a lot more.
Landed. Nancy Pelosi's aircraft has just landed in Taiwan, as both our reporters and guests are telling us the most high-profile visit in the past 25 years of a U.S. speaker to Taiwan. The aircraft has just landed. Remember, this aircraft landing here is a direct, as the Chinese say, you play with fire, prepare to be burnt. And yet Nancy Pelosi has pushed ahead with this visit. China has reacted very angrily to this visit. In fact, we are getting a reaction from the spokesperson of the Chinese Foreign Office. MFA China says, if the US insists on following the wrong course of action, then it should be responsible for any serious consequences arising thereof, despite the bluster. And the question remains, what you see from China, is it bluff and bluster? Has the US stared the dragon down? William Yang, as the aircraft taxis in now, I'm getting you the first reaction from the spokesperson of Chinese Foreign Ministry. If the US insists on following the wrong course of action, it should be responsible for any serious consequences arising thereof. What can these serious consequences be?
The consequence, I think, could be US officials being sanctioned, or certain individuals being banned from entry into China. I think it's a really wide range of possibility. But at the end of the day, I think Taiwan is going to be receiving most of the retaliation. And we're already seeing that today, a wide range, economic ones, military threats, and there's likely going to be some diplomatic pressure as well. So we will have to wait and see what the end result of this so-called unspecified retaliation is going to be. Just to add a note, is that China's state media, CGTN, just reported that China's Su-35 fighter jets is crossing through the Taiwan Strait. We are unclear about how far they're going to cross. The last time that a U.S. high-level official, Alex Azar, visited Taiwan, they almost crossed over the median line of the Taiwan Strait. And of course, Pelosi is a much, much higher level official than Azar in terms of her position in terms of in line for presidency. So we will have to see if there will be more actual threats or movements from China tomorrow when she meets Taiwanese President Tsai Ing-wen and also leaders of the legislature.
Okay, is this actually the US putting China in its place? Chinese President Xi Jinping, no less, the President of China, warned the President of the United States of America, saying, if you play with fire, prepare to be burnt. And that warning, despite that warning, you see that aircraft. That is Nancy Pelosi's aircraft. It's just touched down in Taiwan. And this is America staring the dragon down. Is that what is happening? Wen Yi Li, is this America staring the dragon down? But does this put Taiwan in harm's way?
So, a lot of the experts are saying that the potential war or potential military real action is not really happening. It's not going to happen because this is like usual threat like China has taken. But where we can see that this is probably also the highest tension that we could ever see over the past years. So we can still keep observing this situation.
Okay, stay with me. Let me also bring in Jonathan Wajgul joining me on the broadcast. And Jonathan, you are analyzing these images, these developments, the warning that China sent out, not just at the level of the Foreign Office, but also at the level of the President. And yet, we see this touchdown. What does this mean, sir?
What we're seeing is the playing out of something that, really, frankly speaking, if we look at the way things have been going over the last weeks, months, arguably even years, we've been at this tension point anyhow. So we're seeing the movement maybe moving up of some of the rhetoric and the intensity of the standoff to a heightened level, but we would have inevitably ended up in this place anyhow. That's where things have been going. So we are indeed seeing a hyper standoff happening right now. The stakes are extremely high, but it's not, so unusual to be seeing ourselves in this awful place, arguably, but we were heading here anyhow.
Okay, so either ways this would have happened, but has this actually increased the pace? Or, earlier China was saying, yes, there will be reunification between mainland China and Taiwan, but there was a time frame for it, or a longer time frame. Has that been speeded up with this development? Some argue it could happen as early as the next 18 to 24 months. Do you see that happen?
Gaurav, we've been in this place, this tense place, for the last decades. This is not new. In fact, frankly speaking, the United States is still at war with China over North Korea. That was never a completely resolved war. So the tensions have always been there. The question is whether the United States and like-minded democracies are going to tolerate a menace coming from the mainland looking to suppress and crush an island people, a proud people who really enjoy democracy, and looked at what happened in Hong Kong and watched the same type of fate happen to them.
Okay, and we're looking at these images of the delegation and Nancy Pelosi. They are stepping out of the aircraft. Some would argue this is truly historic. Nancy Pelosi lands in Taipei despite China's warning, despite the Chinese President Xi Jinping warning the US President Joe Biden, don't play with fire, you'll get burnt. Despite that, Nancy Pelosi has landed. Also joining me on the broadcast is Sana Hashmi. She's a visiting fellow at the Taiwan Asia Exchange Foundation. Sana Hashmi, how do you see this development? Despite China's warning, Nancy Pelosi has touched down. Is this staring the dragon down, ma'am?
So I think it's a very good development. First, it actually shows that US is standing with Taiwan, and it's a great show of support for Taiwan. And if you look at Taiwan's response for the past 2 days, what we have seen is Taiwan didn't really comment on it. Taiwan was playing low-key. But as soon as Taiwan realized and Taiwan got to know that the plane is going to be safe, they made an announcement. Taipei 101 was lit up, and there was a message for Pelosi, welcome to Taiwan. And they were live telecasting her arrival. And even Joseph Wu, he went to the airport. I think these developments, it actually shows that Taiwan is really not playing low-key anymore. So I believe that the visit is really not symbolic at all. And there's going to be huge impact on Taiwan's international space and how other countries are going to view Taiwan from now.
Okay, very interesting you say that, and we're staying on these images full frame for a moment. Nancy Pelosi steps out of the Boeing 737 being received by the Foreign Minister of Taiwan. Now she is leading a delegation of congressmen and congresswomen and senators as they reach Taipei. Remember, many in the United States have also opposed this visit, saying that this could actually put Taiwan in harm's way. There are some who are saying that there is not much to be achieved. In fact, US President Joe Biden also indicated that the forces were not in favor of this. Now, Executive Director Signal, Caris Whitty, also joins us on the show. And Carison, your appreciation, what do you make of these images of Nancy Pelosi and the delegation stepping down of the aircraft, reaching Taiwan, and soon they will be meeting the president? What signal goes out to the world?
Prior to her arrival, the comments made by President Xi and Global Times and the defense minister of China all were fire and intensity. And we see that, and the Western interpretation of that was, will there be war? A lot of people were afraid that this would spark a war. It was clear to people who follow China, such as myself, that that could not happen because of the situation within China with the 20th Party Congress around the corner, stability necessary, and war would not be conducive to the setting that was needed for Xi Jinping to gain his third term. Seeing Pelosi land with congressmen, given who she is and how all of this transpired, we can understand that, first of all, the West should readjust its interpretations of China's commentary. It's very important to look at what's happening inside China to understand what the messaging actually means, and not to lean overboard, which could aggravate potential conflagration. At the same time, we do see and expect that the Chinese are going to react by live fire exercises, perhaps when she leaves, by having these overflights come closer and closer to the border of what is acceptable prior to a real military response. And in general, I think the smart question you asked is symbolic or not. And we heard two different perspectives. I think from the American side, it's more symbolic and wasn't necessary to symbolize the movement of the United States on its strategic ambiguity. On the other hand, perhaps on the Taiwan side, it is not symbolic, and it might spark a development in Taiwan's, how Taiwan sees China, how it takes seriously the question of China's interest in unifying the two sides and what kind of preparations it might make. You mentioned earlier that the pilots are going to be exhausted and not being able to have time for training and other things. Bring in more pilots. I mean, coming from Israel, I can tell you, with very few people and very few resources, you can accomplish a lot. And I think it's well known globally how much Israel is able to accomplish with so few resources. And
that's a very important point to make. But if I may, are you saying that this signals the end of that strategic ambiguity that the United States talked about? But after all, she's the House Speaker. She's neither president nor the vice president of the United States of America. Is this the end of strategic ambiguity, or
not at all? Not at all. It is not just another. It's another addition to the ambiguous strategy of the United States, which I think, frankly, the U.S. has been very ambiguous in its strategy all over the place. Everyone says the United States is leaving the Middle East. And then Biden comes here, goes to Saudi Arabia, comes to Israel, starts this I2U2 with India. The U.S. is back and in a new way. And I think you might see that as well in Taiwan.
Okay. Has China's bluff been called out? Can it be seen as China's bluff? Joining me on the broadcast as we look at these images of Nancy Pelosi at the airport in Taipei is Lieutenant General Sanjay Kulkarni, former Director General of India's infantry. General Kulkarni, has China's bluff been called out, or is that premature to say so?
Thank you, Gaurav. Firstly, at the outset, let me tell you, the Chinese have been making all these noises primarily to be able to say that they have arrived. It isn't so. China understands its limitation. China knows in the backdrop of COVID-19, backdrop of Ukraine, backdrop of the sanctions on Russia being imposed and what Russia is going through. China knows that its economy is export-based. It knows what's going on internally, how the banks are collapsing, the inflation in China. So obviously, and the Americans have clearly stated that, of course, they do believe in a one-China policy, but at no point of time can China invade Taiwan. Should Taiwan wish to join, no problems whatsoever. The Americans stand for a one-China policy, but definitely an invasion by China is not what the Americans want, and the Americans will stand by Taiwan. So that is a messaging which has been done. And obviously in this backdrop, the Chinese probably thought that they could, well, you're rightly saying, a bluff being called out, Xi Jinping been wanting to say, well, if you cross the red line, you're playing with fire. All these were rhetorics that were being used and a whole lot of things.
No, but what do we see happen over the next 24 to 48 hours? Because Sana Hashmi, and before I bring in Jonathan, Sana Hashmi, is this a major loss of face for Chinese President Xi Jinping? He warned the US president, and yet Nancy Pelosi has landed.
I think it is still primarily psychological warfare. And if we look at it, it's primarily for the domestic audience. If you look at the videos that are coming out from China, the tanks at Xiamen, if you look at it, people, local citizens of Xiamen are there roaming around on the beach. So I think it's primarily for the local people. And I think what they did in the past 2 days was primarily, they thought that perhaps the visit might be called off if they continue.
Okay, give me a moment as we reestablish that audio link with you. Jonathan, your appreciation, loss of face for Xi Jinping, or will he try something to save face before his proposed third term, given the fact that they're already talking about banning trade with some 100 companies that export agricultural products to China? Will they escalate economically, or can they also escalate militarily?
I would anticipate some sort of escalation, bringing it to the brink of war. As one of the commentators said earlier, I doubt that. Xi is in a position in which a war would not benefit him at this point, as he's preparing for the Communist Party Congress and trying to hold on to power given the pressures that China's under. But China is no small nation, very powerful nation. It has exerted pain on the United States, certainly did during the Korea War that I mentioned earlier. It still still has the capability in its relations regionally and economically. So there are ways to exact some pain in here. And she certainly does need to save face from his perspective, because if you're holding on to power, you have to show power. If you're holding on to power in a non-democratic way, often when you're an autocrat, you need to show some strength. Otherwise, you get yourself in a lot of trouble. So I'd anticipate some difficulties ahead, whether that means menacing the Taiwanese Air Force, the way this has been going on for far too long, ratcheting up things, trying to exhaust the economic pressure that we're seeing, of course, with trade between the mainland and Taiwan. That can happen as well. This was a symbolic move by Nancy Pelosi. It comes at a time in which her party, of course, is looking at the midterm elections coming up. So there's some of that. It comes at a time in which the United States has been in a very uneasy position vis-a-vis Afghanistan and some of the other perceived geopolitical and policy decisions that have affected the United States' standing, the standing of the Biden administration. It is a show of strength. There's no doubt about it. And you know how it goes from here depends on how much of a fight she wants to make out of this. The United States clearly is not wanting to give up on its support of Taiwan. That has been the posture for decades. It almost came to nuclear blows under the Eisenhower administration.
Yes.
So, you know, we're in this game and we're in it. And this, you know, could be arguably a very helpful signal to Beijing. Look, don't push it. You try to pull off something like what we've seen Vladimir Putin do in Ukraine, and you're going to get in a hill of trouble. So,
but if I were to take that example, the attempt was to put Vladimir Putin in trouble. It's Europe that appears to be in trouble, especially with winters approaching. And that's one aspect. Is Putin in trouble, or is Europe in as much trouble or likely to get into more trouble? And Carries, once again, if I could bring you in, what kind of escalation and retaliation do we anticipate or apprehend as far as Taiwan is concerned? Okay, Nancy Pelosi has just tweeted after landing in Taiwan, in solidarity with 23 million Taiwan people. That's the message that comes out of Nancy Pelosi the moment she lands in Taiwan. And Carries, is this rubbing Xi Jinping's nose to the ground? Is that what the US has just done, ma'am?
I wouldn't want to put it that way. I think it's the US, it's currently the global superpower, and it goes where it wants and does what it wants to a great extent. And how Xi Jinping wants to take it and how China wants to present it is a different story. But I don't think the goal is to rub his nose in it. The goal is absolutely to show that the US is still number one and it is not going to be bullied by threats and intimidation. And I think that the Taiwanese themselves will hopefully take away from this visit the understanding that they need to do some rethink. You know, most of Taiwanese investment goes to mainland China. Very little of it goes to Europe, Middle East, and elsewhere. So maybe Taiwan wants to change its approach if it really wants to maintain that strategic ambiguity and not move towards reunification.
So do not incentivize bullies. That's the signal. In fact, that's a signal that goes out to multiple countries and not just Taiwan. Perhaps a signal there even for India. Even with tension, General Kulkarni at the line of actual control, trade with China at an all-time high. China doesn't seem to get that message. If you incentivize, trade, they actually militarize, they weaponize trade. General Kulkarni.
They do. There is no denying the fact. But one thing is very clear, that the Chinese is an export-based economy. They cannot afford to annoy the world. If the sanctions come on China, they would not know which side to look for north, and especially with Xi Jinping's election expected that he is looking for a third term. They're looking at in a very big way for the Chinese Communist Party. At this particular stage, China would like to mess around. Yes, China would like to show that they are very powerful. China is a powerful country, but that definitely at no cost, would China ensure that it goes down the drain. Firstly, because its economy is in shatters. And after COVID and the way things are happening in Ukraine, China knows that it cannot mess around with the entire world. It's so much better that it can show itself that yes, it's an autocratic country, it is a powerful country, but definitely not beyond a point. And Xi Jinping knows his limits. Much that he might say that America don't play with fire, but Xi Jinping knows his limit and he would not. But India has to be careful. India must always be very, very vigilant. India cannot take a chance because it says, whatever we have to do, it is all that we have to do. Nobody is going to come to our rescue. And therefore, it's very important for us to be vigilant to ensure that at no point of time, China looks towards Ladakh.
Yeah. Sana Hashmi, is this also your appreciation that China or Chinese President Xi Jinping overplayed his hand by warning the US president, don't play with fire, you'll get burnt, not realizing that he still has many years to catch up with the United States of America in terms of military or economic strength?
Definitely, I felt that they overreacted. They could have downplayed it as well. And even if you look at the social media, all the Chinese state media accounts, as well as the Ministry of Foreign Affairs officials, they are online and they are threatening right now US and even about Su-35 crossing Taiwan Strait. This is a common tweet and the language is also the same. So you know that there is a kind of similar approach that everyone is following in China. So I feel that this is actually a loss for China because a few days back, Pentagon White House, it wasn't really on board with Pelosi's visit. But now if you look at it today, as soon as she landed, the first thing she did was to post the photos. Second, what she did was tweet. And if you look at her visit to other countries, she took time to tweet. And this is how officials and when congressional visit happened, they take time to tweet. But this is the first thing they... And also apart from that, what I would like to point out here, representative office, the de facto embassy, sometimes when such visits happen, they distance themselves from the visits and they're not very proactive, but even they have tweeted about it. So what the US is trying to show us is that there is unity and the intimidation is not going to work with the US and with Taiwan as well now.
Intimidation will not work either with the US or with Taiwan. Wen Yi Li, you are a correspondent on ground, and how has Nancy Pelosi been received on ground?
So a lot of people, Taiwanese people here, as I just mentioned, they are expecting Nancy Pelosi to bring more friendship from the U.S. To Taiwan. And I wanted to make some points that what is expected is that tomorrow, what kind of messaging is she preparing to send to Taiwan? That's an important thing that we need to take care of, because she's going to visit Congress and then she's going to meet a lot of human rights activists. We've known that she's a long-time human rights supporter, so this is an important factor that we want to see. And also, last week, the U.S. government, the U.S. Congress just passed the CHIPS Act. So the semiconductor industry would be one point that we want to look at as well for tomorrow.
Okay. William Yang, do you see China escalate over the next 24 to 48 hours? Or will they wait after Nancy Pelosi leaves? Do you just see more violations like the Su-35 that came very close to the median line, we are told, and went back? Do you see more violations? They may even cross the airspace. Okay, give me a moment as I try and reestablish that line with William Yang. But Caris, if I could put that question to you, how do you see China respond to this? Economically, militarily, or both? And what would a military response mean on ground?
I see military as I said earlier, an increase in exercises, more aggressive types of exercises, larger, more often, more presence in the South China Sea and the Taiwan Straits, more overflights, and in general, a more belligerent tone with respect to the potential for conflict. And when you have more, if the U.S. has more military presence, China's more military presence, the more you have, the more there is a chance for accidents. But its economic will probably be focused towards Taiwan. And that could backfire because, as I said earlier, that could cause Taiwan to be motivated to turn in other directions, and just as what happened in Australia. And we will also possibly see, as one of your other guests said, some sanctions on specific individuals. But none of it will be extremely aggressive in light of the kind of threats that we heard in the beginning. We're not talking about war.
We are not talking about war. So all that war talk, in your appreciation, was bluff and bluster. That bluff and bluster has been called out both by the US and by Taiwan. William Yang, what are Taiwan's expectations from this visit?
I think the minimum expectation is for another very strong message and signal from the US, and hopefully this visit is going to encourage more allies to actually follow through, because one of the foundations of the One China policy in the US is to make an example and hopefully encourage other allies to actually follow through. So hopefully, I think Taiwanese people, there are some that have been telling me that they hope this is going to lead to more people, more countries deciding to normalize their exchanges with Taiwan, and also increase the frequency of exchanges, and also consider expanding the cooperation, because that is going to, I think, ultimately benefit Taiwan, as some of the panelists have already pointed out. Taiwan should consider diversifying its economic footprint in the world, and its investment in the world, and also its trade relationship in the world. And one of the biggest challenge, or I think my goal for the current Taiwanese president, Tsai Ing-wen's second term, is to really knock down and sign a bilateral trade relationship with the U.S. But there are some current discussions going on, but there are also some potential roadblocks that Taiwan will have to fix domestically. So I think, of course,
very interesting developments taking place, and developments that will have a major impact in the region and across the globe, and we'll be tracking that story very closely. To all my guests, many thanks for joining me. I've run out of time on this part of the news track, but till yesterday the conversation was, will she or won't she? Well, Nancy Pelosi has landed in Taiwan, and there she is, waving to a large audience that's there, and that building that you see there, the signboard welcoming Nancy Pelosi, the signboard that also says Taiwan loves the United States of America. Has China's bluff and bluster been called out? What will Xi Jinping do? We'll track that story very closely. A quick break. Rajdeep Sardesai comes up next with the news today. Stay with us.
Early morning raids, 15 hours of grilling and a midnight arrest. And now, the court has sent Shiv Sena MP Sanjay Raut to ED custody till August 4th. But the ED remand came with some relaxations. The court directed ED to not conduct interrogation of Raut at night owing to his ill health. The ED must also ensure Raut got his medicine and would be hospitalized if required. Sanjay Raut has also been allowed to speak with his lawyers. The concessions came despite the ED accusing Raut of influencing witnesses and tampering with evidence. Sanjay Raut has been claiming that he is a victim of political vendetta. On Monday, former Chief Minister Uddhav Thackeray backed his loyalist. The former Chief Minister compared the current political scenario with Hitler's rule.
सेकेंड वर्ल्ड वॉर चल रहा था तो हिटलर एक समय ऐसे आया था कि अब उस वक्त लग रहा था कि शायद हिटलर जीत जाएगा, पूरी दुनिया को अपने कब्जे में ले लेगा। तो उस वक्त डेविड लो मतलब हिटलर बॉम्ब डालता था और डेविड लो एक कार्टून निकालता था और वो कार्टून का जो एक परिणाम हुआ करता था वो बॉम्ब से भी ज्यादा होता था। तो यही होती है जो तानाशाही की बात होती है, जब सारे लोग अपने गुलाम होते हैं तो कुछ दिन के लिए जब तक उनका उपयोग आपके लिए होता है तब तक वो गुलाम अच्छे लगते हैं, बाद में गुलाम जब उनका उपयोग नहीं रहता है वो निकलते हैं।
Uddhav even used the famous dialogue from the film Pushpa to say that a real Shiv Sainik झुकेगा नहीं।
मुझे संजय राउत पर अभिमान है और बाला साहब का असली सैनिक सिर्फ वो पिक्चर देखने के लिए ठीक है, पुष्पा झुकेगा नहीं, लेकिन झुका नहीं। जो झुकने वाले थे वो हमाम में चले गए और झुकने वाला कभी शिवसैनिक नहीं हो सकता।
In a show of support, Uddhav Thackeray even went to Raut's home to meet his family. Raut's arrest came after ED claimed that more than 11 lakh rupees were found at the MP's house. ED says it has enough evidence to nail Sanjay Raut in the multi-crore land scandal. But the Sena leader says the probe agency is shooting in the dark. Bureau Report, India Today.
Make your media plan smarter with India Today Live TV on your connected devices.
Shiv Sena MP Sanjay Raut's dramatic midnight arrest. After 2 marathon rounds of grilling and raids in the Patra Chaul land scam case. Sena MP had hugged his mother before being taken away by ED officials.
शिवसेना को कमजोर करने के लिए, लेकिन शिवसेना कमजोर नहीं होगी, महाराष्ट्र कमजोर नहीं होगा। दूसरी बात, संजय राउत झुकेगा नहीं, ना पार्टी छोड़ेगा, ना शिवसेना छोड़ेगा।
On Monday, ED took Raut for medical checkup at JJ Hospital before seeking his custody in court for tampering with evidence and dodging summons. Raut's defense in court included his heart condition. The Sena MP also called cases against him as baseless, claiming no role in land scam and laundering. Uddhav Thackeray paid a visit to the Raut household in a mark of support and attacked the BJP and Shinde government.
मुझे संजय राउत पर अभिमान है और बाला साहब का असली सैनिक सिर्फ वो पिक्चर देखने के लिए ठीक है, पुष्पा झुकेगा नहीं, लेकिन झुका नहीं। जो झुकने वाले थे वो हमाम में चले गए और झुकने वाला कभी शिवसैनिक नहीं हो सकता।
पॉलिटिकल सर्कल्स चल रही है और जो भी इस राज्य में चल रहा है वो डेमोक्रेसी को पकड़ के नहीं है, लोकशाही को पकड़ के।
But despite Uddhav Sena putting up a brave face, the ED appears confident of nailing Sanjay Raut. The arrest memo exclusively accessed by India Today shows ED officials confident of prosecuting Raut for laundering. Terming Raut as uncooperative, ED asserts that there is ample evidence of the Sena MP's collusion with key accused Praveen Raut.
The officer, the ED is claiming that they had reason to believe Sanjay Raut's involvement in this money laundering, but on this very same basis, Sanjay Raut was placed under arrest.
The opposition, however, accuses the ED of inaction against BJP and Shinde Sena loyalists accused of corruption, including Union Minister Narayan Rane, Pratap Sarnaik and Yamini Jadhav. With Divyesh Singh in Mumbai and Munish Pandey in Delhi, Bureau Report, India Today.
Oh, sorry.
Sir cheese, Sir paneer.
Presented by Aditya Birla Capital. Co-presented by Star Health Insurance, the health insurance specialist. Co-presented by JK Tyre Ranger Series. Stay wild at heart.
Good evening, hello and welcome. You're with the news today, your primetime destination. News, newsmakers, talking points. Tonight, the big parliament showdown over price rise. We'll be talking to Manish Tiwari versus Jai Panda as they look at the big inflation challenge. That's coming up as our special focus on the news today. But first, as always, it's time for the 9 headlines at 9. The world's most wanted terrorist, Al-Zawahiri, is killed in a drone strike by the United States. He was hiding in an Afghan safe house in Kabul with alleged Taliban and Pakistani protection. First United States official to land in Taiwan in 25 years. US House Speaker Nancy Pelosi is in Taipei. China warns Taiwan prepares for a warlike situation. UN reaffirms unwavering support to Taiwanese democracy. A week after Sonia Gandhi was questioned, the Enforcement Directorate raids National Herald building in the capital, searches at 12 locations in connection with money laundering case. Congress protests outside the National Herald office. Partho Chatterjee aide Arpita Mukherjee breaks silence on the 50 crore cash mountain seized by the ED in Kolkata, says the money doesn't belong to her. Her nail parlor and 4 properties are raided in Kolkata. Day 2 of the price rise debate in Parliament. Finance Minister says Indian economy is strong, can tame inflation. This as the rupee recovers at 78.69 versus the US dollar. The opposition says the government has no answers to the inflation challenge. Kerala battles monsoon fury. Red alert in 7 Kerala districts. Incessant rain prediction till Thursday. Floods, landslides in several areas.
Congress attacks the Modi government over the film. Lal Singh Chadda backs Amir Khan over the boycott trend. Congress Neta Priyank Kharge says India has become intolerant as IT cells linked to the BJP are accused of pushing ahead with this trend on social media. India's historic win in women's fours lawn bowls at the Commonwealth Games. The first time the Indians have won in the sport. They beat South Africa to clinch gold.
A really strong New Zealand.
And more gold for India also in table tennis. India regains the gold medal in the table tennis final. Player Harmeet Desai leads India to a historic win under Sharad Kamal's captaincy. But first, the big story that's breaking this evening. US Speaker Nancy Pelosi has landed in Taiwan amidst warnings from China. In a statement upon her arrival in Taiwan, Pelosi has said the delegation's visit honors America's unwavering commitment to support Taiwan's vibrant democracy. She's the first high-level US official to visit Taiwan in 25 years. China says the visit by a number 3 official cannot be treated as an unofficial visit. And clearly, there has been saber rattling on the Chinese side and threats and high-pitched rhetoric at the moment over that visit of Nancy Pelosi. Divya Gopalan, Foreign Affairs Editor at Taiwan Plus, joins us at this moment. Divya, how is this visit being perceived? Is there a genuine sense of unease and a possibility of any kind of Chinese retaliation? Is there any possibility seen of any Chinese retaliation? How is it being perceived, this visit?
I believe you're talking to me. I'm afraid the line isn't very clear at all. I believe you're asking me about Chinese retaliation or possible Chinese retaliation. So China has sent warships to that median line that separates Taiwan and China. They've also sent planes to that line that separates China and Taiwan. We're hearing that there are incursions into the air defense zone. But, you know, that is something that they do quite often whenever there's a high-level delegation visiting Taiwan. China does not like Taiwan having any legitimacy on an international stage, and having government officials from other countries visit Taiwan to China means it's a threat to China's claims over Taiwan, and it gives support to Taiwan as a sovereign nation on its own. And then nothing angers China more than that. But what we do know is that China has yet to cross over that air defense zone into Taiwan's own airspace, or even cross into Taiwan's soil. Now, if that happens, that is very likely to lead to a potentially larger conflict, because every time China sent any planes or any kind of military equipment or vehicles into that air defense zone or into that median line, Taiwan has to scramble. If it is the air defense zone, Taiwan has to scramble jets into that airspace to monitor that kind of activity and even try to dissuade China's planes from going further. So if China's planes do go further, Taiwan then has to react. And what that can escalate to is anyone's guess. But what we also know is that China's military is far stronger than Taiwan's any day. China's powerful People's Liberation Army, China has said, will not stand idly by when Nancy Pelosi visits. And China, of course, has one of the most powerful and strongest militaries in the world. And Taiwan's military just pales in comparison. So what can Taiwan do to protect itself? Well, the U.S. by law has to give Taiwan the means to protect itself. So that suddenly draws in the U.S. to this potential conflict that could happen. And now the question is, do either the U.S. or China, those superpowers, actually want to enter that kind of scenario at this point in time? So all of these military maneuvers and all of military movements are being watched very closely. Is it just threats? Is it just rhetoric? Or is there going to be actual action taken?
Divya Gopalan, for that very comprehensive update on all that's happening. I appreciate you joining me there from Taiwan. The very latest coming in. Remember, this is now being seen as the latest global flashpoint. There was another flashpoint this morning globally because in a major airstrike in Kabul, the United States has killed one of the world's most wanted terrorists, Al-Qaeda chief Al-Zawahiri. Al-Zawahiri was killed in a drone strike in Kabul just outside his house there. Here's the other big story of the day.
First Osama bin Laden, now Ayman al-Zawahiri. US avenging the deadly September 11th attacks on its soil, which killed nearly 3,000 Americans. 11 years after eliminating Osama bin Laden, US forces caught up with his number two, the Al-Qaeda's Zawahiri. At the balcony of his safe house in a posh Kabul locality of Shirpur, walking distance from the erstwhile US embassy, a Hellfire missile fired by a Reaper drone took out the Al-Qaeda chief, who was possibly standing and staring at the Kabul skyline. The missile, equipped with 6 razor-like blades and without a warhead, is said to have sliced right through Zawahiri. But there's no way to confirm that that's precisely how he died. Images of the strike showed smoke billowing from the hideout and a shattered balcony, even though there was no explosion.
And what we know, according to senior administration officials here, who did brief reporters just before President Biden spoke, is that they had detected the movement of Zawahiri's family back to Kabul. And that's what led them to keep an eye on this particular building. And then they started to notice this man standing on the balcony a lot, very similar to what we saw with Osama bin Laden in Abbottabad.
The Al-Qaeda chief was sheltered by Taliban's interior minister and Pakistan terror stooge Sirajuddin Haqqani's close aide, revealing a clear Pakistan nexus. The US called the elimination of Al-Zawahiri after Osama as justice served.
Justice has been delivered, and this terrorist leader is no more. People around the world no longer need to fear the vicious and determined killer. The United States continues to demonstrate our resolve and our capacity to defend the American people against those who seek to do us harm. You know, we make it clear again tonight that no matter how long it takes, no matter where you hide, if you are a threat to our people, the United States will find you and take you out.
Hunting down the Al-Qaeda chief was a task for US forces and intelligence agencies, coming as it does over 2 decades after the 9/11 attacks. While bin Laden's hideout was covered with a 7-foot wall, Al-Zawahiri was visible to CIA drones when he was strolling in his balcony. Biden was briefed about the Kill Zawahiri operation 2 months ago. In July, the operation plan was presented to him along with the model of the Al-Qaeda chief's house in Kabul. President Biden ordered the attack on July the 25th, and it was on the 31st of July that the Al-Qaeda head was eventually killed. The US and Taliban blamed each other for breaching the Doha Pact after the killing. The war on terror continues. Bureau Report, India Today.
Indian economy, compared to the situation prevailing in many of our peer groups and compared to the situation in many of the developed economies, is definitely much better.
आपने पालने से लेके कब्र तक कोई ऐसा मसला नहीं छोड़ा है जिस पे जीएसटी ना लगी हुई हो। कफन का कपड़ा ओढ़ने के बाद सर, कफन में जेब नहीं होती है सर, हम सब जानते हैं। उसकी जेब पहले ही आपने ढीली कर दी।
It's a matter of record that all states agreed to the proposal. I put it on record.
If you add the 3 numbers up, 20, 7 और 29, एक नंबर मिलता है सर, 56. क्या बात है? 56 insert.
Performance of the Indian rupee is much better than its own peers.
We are a classroom sitting here with students. On this we walk out. You don't want to give us a chance to even express ourselves.
Now, for the last 2 days, Parliament has seen a long and often acrimonious debate over what many believe is the issue of our times: inflation, price rise, and the state of the economy. Lots of arguments have been made on both sides by the government and the opposition. So we thought, good time to do a fact check. Where does the truth really lie on issues like inflation? Joining us now, two very special guests: Manish Tiwari, who was the lead speaker of the Congress party on that debate in the Lok Sabha, and the Vice President of the Bharatiya Janata Party, Mr. Jay Panda. Appreciate both of you joining us. I'm going to break this down into specific questions. The first question that I want to raise: Nirmala Sitharaman, Finance Minister, said inflation is a global problem. Is that a good enough reason, is the question we will raise. But first, listen in to what Nirmala Sitharaman had to say.
Indian economy, compared to the situation prevailing in many of our peer groups and compared to the situation in many of the developed economies, is definitely much better. But that does not mean that we are running away from saying, because, like some of the members have said, imported inflation, and because of the imported supply chain related problems and global commodity prices, we are being impacted. These are realities and we are here to answer and discuss on them. हम भाग नहीं रहे। और ये भी सच्चाई है कि नंबर्स के मुताबिक भी हमारे इन्फ्लेशन रेट का एक बैंड रहता है। 4 is the median point, -2 or +2 is what is normally accommodated. And we are at 7 with some effort. Or it can be slightly more than 7, but we have made sure that the Reserve Bank and the government put together are taking enough steps to make sure that it is kept at 7 or below, ideally below 6, the band.
Manish Tiwari, respond to what you've heard. The fact is that inflation is a global problem at 7.01%. India is better off than many countries. The US at 9.1%, UK 9.4%. The world, Russia at 15.9%. We are better off.
Well, Rajdeep, the question is that are we really better off? Or is this really a mythical play of numbers? Now, if you were to look at the wholesale price index, headline inflation has been in double digits, now going back 14 months, which essentially puts you right in the middle of the second wave of COVID-19. And now comes the paradox. The existing paradox is that consumer food price index was at 1.96% in the April of 2021. It climbed to 8.38% in the April of 2022, before moderating slightly to 7.75% in the June of 2022. Now, what this essentially means is that you had already started going up the inflationary curve, even as you were getting into the second wave of COVID-19. And the food price inflation actually followed the headline inflation number. So it is not something which is the consequence of the Russian-Ukrainian war or gas supply line, as the government would like to make it out to be. In fact, the problem really dates back in time, and had the government taken effective measures to address it, they may have ended up arresting it.
So you are actually saying that the inflation pressures had begun even pre-Russia-Ukraine war. Therefore, you claim that the government of India cannot solely blame the supply deficiencies, linkage breaks because of war for rising inflation. Am I correct? Is that how I understand it?
You're absolutely correct. And may I also add another thing, that you see, the Russian-Ukrainian war started on the 26th of February 2022. Now, most of the sub-Saharan African countries have been badly hit primarily because grain imports from Ukraine came down to 0. But India does not import grain. In fact, if I can put it a little cynically, we have been beneficiaries of the Russian-Ukrainian war so far because we bought oil, crude oil at discounted prices from Russia We've actually got fertilizer at discounted prices from Russia because essentially they're trying to sell around the world to fill up their war chest. So in a very perverse sense of the word, till now we've been beneficiaries of that conflict rather than being victims.
Okay. Jay Panda, you want to respond to that? Because when I look at the numbers, the fact is that wholesale inflation in particular, even pre-Ukraine, was in double digits. December 2021, 14.27, January 2022, 13.68, February 2022, 13.11. So inflation was already steadily climbing.
Rajdeep, this is one of those rare situations where a global event, in this case the conflict in Ukraine, has had a severely negative impact on almost every country in the world. And it's not just about grains, as you know, it's also about fuel. And the reality is that while India has managed to keep its inflation, and what is really important for the Indian citizen, the common citizen, is not the wholesale price index, but the consumer price index. And so that has been kept at just above 7%, which is actually quite a remarkable feat because, you know, if you look at other nations, you look at the US, for instance, has more than 9% inflation, which is something like a tripling or a quadrupling of their typical inflation. And the same thing goes for many other very strong economies, whether it is in the UK or other European countries. This came on top of another black swan event, which was the COVID pandemic, which hit all countries in the world. Now, the reality is India bounced back better than almost every other country and has been showing high growth rates and has been controlling inflation far better than any other country. Now, I can keep on giving you statistics, but as the finance minister quoted, let me also quote a former RBI governor who is a very well-known economist, Raghuram Rajan, and he is particularly celebrated by my friend Manish Tiwari's party, who has on the record just this week stated that India has done a remarkably good job of managing inflation vis-a-vis other countries, especially our neighbors. And he has gone on to say that his successors at the RBI today have done a remarkable job in keeping the Indian economy in very fine fettle. Now, let me explain. This is important because these are global factors which are affecting every other country, and India has done far better than every other country. Now, sometimes inflation happens due to poor domestic policies, as when the UPA government term ended and when the Modi government began, we inherited an inflation rate of more than 9%, and that was not related to any significant global event in 2014. It was because of policy paralysis internally. And so here you have celebrated economists whom the Congress party reveres, saying that India under the Modi government has done a stupendous job in managing its domestic policies and managing inflation.
I was expecting the BJP to look at 2012 to 2014. Whenever inflation is looked at in 2022, we go back to 2012 to 2014. I might remind you, of course, there was the taper tantrum also around that time. But a quick response from you, Manish Tiwari, to what you heard, that according to Jay Panda, at 7%, and as I said, compared to the rest of the world, India has done a reasonable job in controlling inflation.
Well, Rajdeep, Jay has tried to put a very interesting spin onto it, but the fact remains that when the UPA was in government, if you had high inflation, you also had high growth. So therefore, if you look at UPA 1, the average year-on-year growth rate was 8.36%. The average year-on-year growth rate for UPA 2 was about 7.68%. So on an average, we did talk about 8% year-on-year growth for 10 long years. But what do you see in this particular case? You are seeing low growth and high inflation. And let me give you the numbers. 2017-18, and this is a year after the infamous demonetization, growth was at 6.8%. It comes down to 6.6% the next year, down to 3.7%, then minus 6.6%, which of course was the COVID-19 year, and then goes up to 8.9%, but that's a statistical history. Because you start from such a low base, you are actually doing 2.3%. So essentially what India is facing today is a double whammy. You have low growth and you have high inflation. And that's the point of departure from the UPA years, which they love to quote, because in the UPA years, you had high growth, but yes, you had high inflation.
You know, to add to that, and Jay, I will ask you to pick up on the second question. Low growth, high inflation, you're free to respond to that. I know you're nodding, you're shaking your head. But the second big question is on oil prices, because many have believed that this, in a way, has kick-started inflation. Who's to blame, center or states? During the debate in Parliament, it was suggested by members of the government that the UPA years, the oil bonds issued were partly responsible for high fuel prices. But the fact is, Jai Panda, you've never passed the burden even of low global oil prices onto the consumer. Instead, we are now seeing windfall profits being made by many of the oil companies, but the benefits never pass on to the consumer. So the charge being made is even before the Russia-Ukraine war, oil prices were not in keeping with international global prices, and we paid a heavy cost for it. A, who do you blame for it? And B, if you want to respond to what Manish Tiwari said earlier.
Yes, first of all, you said the benefits have not been passed on to the consumer. Now that's completely wrong, because the massive investments India has made in solar energy, which is now third in the world, would not have been possible without those revenues. And that ultimately benefits the Indian consumer, because it keeps energy prices overall, in the basket of energy prices, under control. Now, I must respond to something Manish said. He said something quite odd, that the Ukraine crisis has actually benefited India. Nothing could be further from the truth. The Ukraine crisis has not benefited any country in the world. It has affected oil prices. As I said, India had bounced back from COVID and continues to bounce back with high growth rates. Inflation was reasonable compared to all other countries and remains very reasonable. I will again quote not only Raghuram Rajan, but reports that have recently come out by Bloomberg and by Deloitte, two major financial institutions on the global scene. Now, to talk about low growth rate and high inflation is actually extremely odd, because India has just become the fastest growing large economy in the world, and lower inflation than the US, for instance. By the way, the US has just gone into recession with two successive quarters of negative growth. And in this scenario, for India to be hailed by global financial markets as the leading light in rebooting the global economy is something remarkable. And you can keep going back to the history, but the reality is, when the UPA government started, it had inherited from the earlier NDA government high growth and low inflation, and that sustained with a momentum for a few years and then crashed because of policy paralysis. So that the average is not important. What is important is at the end of the UPA tenure, we had extremely high inflation and extremely low growth rate. And today, we have the highest growth rate among large economies in the world, and we have lower inflation than all major economies. That's just a plain fact.
Jai Panda, do you want to respond to oil prices? The fact is that we've steadily seen, even when oil prices were low between 2015 and 17, the benefits were never passed on to consumer. Instead, you made, by some estimates, a whopping amount, 25,000 crores and more, 25 lakh crores and more from your oil revenues. That's the reality.
Rajdeep, I responded to this question earlier. You are keeping on repeating it. Let me respond again. I said the revenues, the resources that accrued from that have been reinvested massively in the energy sector to take India to the third largest installation of solar power in the world. Who do you think that benefits? That benefits the Indian consumer in one way or another. Now, the second thing is, you said windfall profits. India did impose windfall taxes on the oil companies operating in India because of the rise in oil prices, which is purely an international phenomenon. India is subject to international oil prices like almost, very few other countries to this extent of dependence. And to change that is the massive investment that's happening in renewable and other forms of energy, which India can find a sustainable source going forward.
Manish Tiwari, you want to respond to what you've now heard from Jai Panda, particularly on oil prices?
Well, again, I think my friend Mr. Jai Panda is in a bit of a difficult situation. Let me give you some numbers. Between 2014 and 2022, the government collected 27.2 lakh crores in terms of excise and in terms of income tax and dividend from the oil company. The breakdown is 3,625 crores from excise duty and 4,23,775 crores from income tax and dividend. Now, they keep repeating that oil bonds is the cause that why they had to collect so much of money. The total quantum of oil bonds which has been discharged in the last 8 years, and which is almost about 95%, is 93,000 crores. So you collect 27 lakh crores, you keep blaming 93,000 crores, and those oil bonds were taken out essentially to ensure that the price of elevated crude oil prices is not passed on to the people, and then you want to turn it into a virtue. Rajdeep, let me give you some numbers. In the April of 2011, crude was at $150 US. Petrol was at 58.56 per liter. In the July of 2022, crude is at $98.94 US. Petrol is at 96.72 per liter. On the 1st of March 2014, LPG cylinder was 410 rupees. Today, an LPG cylinder is 1,003 rupees. So therefore, even if the oil bonds which were taken out, essentially to ensure that the impact of high crude oil prices is not passed on to the consumer, the total burden just comes to 93,000 and some odd crore.
But Mr. Tiwari, the one question in your numbers is that state revenues have also benefited. Let's be very clear, it's not just the center. The states have also benefited from the various taxes that have been imposed on fuel, because ultimately oil is the revenue that both state governments, whether Congress ruled, opposition ruled, and the BJP are benefiting from.
Well, Rajdeep, the centre takes the lead on a large number of issues. If the centre would have moderated excise duties, the states would have also fallen in line, and many states have actually moderated excise duties over a period of time. Let me give you an example. In Punjab, while the excise on petrol is higher, the excise on diesel has always been lower, primarily because that is something which is an agrarian fuel which is consumed by the farmers for the purpose of cultivation. So essentially, this argument is a bit insidious that we've had to collect 27 lakh crores, and even solar energy. I mean, I would love to be enlightened. What is the share of solar energy in India's energy mix today? I do not think it should be more than 3 or 4%. So therefore, those massive investments that Jay has talked about, have those massive investments really fructified into any tangible gain to the consumer, who, if you would have passed on the benefit of lower oil prices, would have actually had to pay 50 rupees per litre rather than paying almost double.
Jay, you want to quickly respond?
Yes, Rajdeep, I think you asked a very valid question to Manish, which I don't think got a good response, which is the fact that following the union government's lead, the BJP-run state governments all reduced their taxes on fuel to help the average citizen, which the states run by Manish's party, albeit there are very few of them now, they did not match. But the second thing I'd like to say is that, Manish is a great wordsmith and orator, and, undervalued by his party. I think he should have more important responsibilities. But he's not an accountant. And so there is a basic principle of accounting called double entry accounting. He talked about all the oil revenues and raised questions about how much solar has actually been set up. Again, let me repeat that India has now set up the third largest increase in solar capacity in the world. And this has happened just in the last 3-4 years in the Modi government. The more important thing is, for double entry accounting, you have to keep in track that the revenues from the fuel sector, oil sector, doesn't only go back into oil or solar. Remember this, during the pandemic period, now for more than 2.5 years, the union government has given food aid to 800 million Indians continuously every month for now nearly 2.5 years. 800 million Indians every month extra food aid under the Pradhan Mantri Jan Kalyan scheme. So, this would not have been possible without some of these revenues. And these are the people who have specifically benefited, who would have been harmed by high inflation. So the basic needs of the largest majority of Indians has been taken care of through government intervention while maintaining inflation lower than almost every other country. I think that is a remarkable performance. And that's why Manish and his colleagues continue to turn a blind eye to what people like Raghuram Rajan and Deloitte and Bloomberg keep saying, praising the Modi government.
I want to come to the question of recession because...
Allow me to just respond to that,
yes,
because
please go ahead.
I think Jay made a very important point. First of all, the share of solar energy in India's energy mix is about 10.6%. That tells its own story. But be that as it may, on this food aid to 800 million people, let us rewind back to 2013 when the National Food Security Act was passed. The National Food Security Act covered about 77% of the population of India. It was not EPL or APL. It covered, almost 3/4 of the population of this country. So therefore, from 2013 to even before the pandemic hit us, almost 3/4 of the population of this country was getting wheat, it was getting rice, and was getting coarse grains at 3 rupees, 2 rupees, and 1 rupee respectively. So therefore, now to turn around and say that we took away those 3, 2, and 1 rupee and really, passed on a great benefit to the people of India, with great respect, I may say, is insidious because COVID-19. 77% of the population of this country is getting subsidized and heavily subsidized food grains under the National Food Security Act.
Okay, let me come therefore to the final question, which is, I think, an underlying theme, which was in that debate, which was about recession. Indian economy, is it better placed than others? Are we less likely or zero possibility, as has been suggested, of going into recession? Let's listen into what Nirmala Sitharaman said.
A Bloomberg survey, which was done by economists, has said that zero probability of India slipping into recession. So it's not just me saying, there is zero probability of India slipping into recession.
Manish Tiwari, you want to respond to that? That is being held up by the government as a sign. Again, it comes back to where we started. Are we better placed than other countries has been a central theme of the government's response during the price rise debate.
Well, I do hope and pray that India does not go into a recession. But having said that, when you make a comparison with the United States of America or Japan, you're really making an erroneous comparison for the simple reason those economies are 16 or 18 trillion dollar economies, and their growth rate has historically been at about 2 or 3%. So the possibility of those economies slipping into what is a technical recession has always been higher than India. In fact, at various points in time, when you've not had these black swan events, the US economy has slipped into recession. But for a country like India, where you require 8% economic growth in order to serve the employment and the other needs of the country, and to think of going into recession from those numbers that unfortunately are not visible today because of the mismanagement since 2016, would be extremely unfortunate.
Okay, Jai Panda, the opposition says the opposition says that post 2008, post the financial crisis, when the UPA was under pressure, the NDA kept pointing out at various numbers to expose the UPA government. Now, when the numbers are not looking so good, the general line of government's defense is, look, we are doing better than the rest of the world. Now, for many, that's not good enough. There is a job cry. Why not admit that some of the data suggests the glass is half empty? There are some good points, We're not in a V-shaped recovery. It could well be a K-shaped recovery. There's a declining growth. Why not accept this rather than saying all is well? Look at the rest of the world. We are better off.
Rajdeep, it's bizarre that you are repeating Manish's point as a question, because post-2008, the UPA government's underbelly was shown up because of their policy paralysis. The Indian economy tanked. And all those numbers, high inflation, low growth, are there on the record. Right now, we have had two major global crises. One, the pandemic, and the conflict in Ukraine. And the numbers are very clear. The fastest growing large economy in the world is India. So, I mean, obviously we should celebrate that. And lower inflation than almost every other country. Of course, we should celebrate that. It's not a question of saying we're doing better than the world. The whole world has been impacted and we have done better. It's a fact. Now, let me point out that you asked about recession and stagflation. Your viewers need to know the exact definition. The definition of recession is 2 quarters of negative growth, which has happened in the US. And far from negative growth, we have the world's highest growth. Then the other thing is, you should have low growth and high inflation to be called stagflation. We have just the opposite. We have high growth and moderate inflation below the rest of the world. So there is no question of that. Is why Bloomberg surveys and others are saying that there is zero chance of stagflation or recession in India. Look, I want to conclude by saying that you cannot minimize the fact that 800 million people got grains and food throughout the last almost 2.5 years, starting from the pandemic. Now, this has been made possible by the Modi government's very conservative fiscal control of the economy. Remember, 2 years ago, the rest of the world was throwing money at the problem, and the Modi government was targeting money at the poor. Now, you, Rajdeep, neither you nor Manish nor I may have received those food grains help. So maybe the audience in which we discuss this in Delhi's elite circles may not appreciate it. But 800 million people is a very large number who have been saved from inflation, who have been saved from the misery of the world economic situation because of these steps. And I can tell you that they dearly appreciate it.
You want a final quick last word, Mr. Tiwari?
Well, Rajdeep, if the government wants to be in denial, then nothing needs to be said. The fact remains the GDP curve is going down, the unemployment numbers are going up, headline inflation has been going up, consumer food price index remains at a very, very stubborn above 7%. And if the government is not prepared to wake up and wants to tell the country that all is well, then
we are better off than the rest of the world. The argument, Manish Tiwari, is consistent. We are better off, and some of the data does show that. The fact is, we are better off than several other major economies.
Well, essentially, Rajdeep, this argument that we are better off than the rest of the world does not really fill hungry stomach. And I'll leave it at that.
And I'll give 10 seconds to Jai Panda also to respond to that. Is there an element of denial, Jai?
Look, there is no element of denial. We have faced very real challenges, and everybody from Prime Minister Modi himself has addressed and faced those challenges squarely head-on, starting with the pandemic 2.5 years ago and over the last 6 months with the Ukraine conflict. And I've spelled out all the steps that have been taken, which is why India is better off than, even our neighbors are collapsing, and major economies like the US are going into recession. So obviously, we are not living in a vacuum. We are impacted by what is happening in the rest of the world, especially by oil prices.
Right.
And we can't say that, forget about what is happening in the rest of the world. We should uniformly, in a vacuum, we should be in a perfect situation. That's not reality. That's not life. So considering the challenges we have faced, which the whole world has faced, we have done better than everybody else.
Let's leave it at that. Jai Panda, Manish Tiwari, always good to have two fine, articulate voices who've come with their homework done, joining me here on the Face Off. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Let's take a break. When we return, we are turning to our other special tonight, because an investigation into the Bengal cash for job scam reveals an even bigger money trail involving the key person, Arpita Mukherjee. We'll be exposing her money trail on the other side. You're watching the news today. News without the noise.
I don't read the news. I read between the lines to tell you the true version of events, the true story of our times.
To document grief, the toughest assignment for any journalist to be.
From those who matter,
women politicians going to stick up for each other.
Of those who should matter, I document the truth. I don't distort the truth. I don't glamorize the truth. I don't gloss over the truth.
The ghosts of India's contentious medieval history have come knocking again.
I hustle for the truth, on the ground, in the newsroom, in the studio. I don't try to grab eyeballs.
I inform you to make you see the point.
To the Point with Preeti Chaudhary. At these times, only on India Today.
Is the monsoon season bringing relief to you from the hot summers? Well, what if we tell you that it can rain diamonds? Not certainly on Earth, but yes, it is raining diamonds on Uranus and Neptune. The temperature and pressure conditions on these planets are extreme. Due to this, carbon atoms can be crushed into diamonds. Uranus and Neptune are known by their unique blue shades. Both planets have a common condition to harden carbon atoms. But unfortunately, the inhospitable environment of the planet won't allow you to collect those diamonds. The blue color of these planets is due to methane. Methane has carbon in it. The carbon can be crushed by immense pressure that happens in the atmosphere. And when it gets hot and dense inside the planets, these diamonds are formed and accumulated. This causes them to rain in the atmosphere. Tell us what you think about this unique phenomena.
Make your media plan smarter with India Today Live TV on your connected devices.
To tonight's big news break here on India Today, we've tracked down the companies linked to the key to the cash for jobs scam in West Bengal. Arpita Mukherjee, the alleged mismatch in one address was listed by a company. No worker, no business was found at other addresses that were listed in her company documents. While the company claims business activity, no activity actually took place on the ground. So clearly there were a string of Benami companies, it appears, that Arpita Mukherjee, the key accused in that scam and whose houses lots of cash has been found, appears to have been working through a tangled web of Benami companies. Today, our correspondent Munish has tonight's big exclusive. Take a look.
This is what 6 officials of the Enforcement Directorate discovered in their first raid on a 2-bed apartment of a former model and actor. 21 crore and 90 lakh in cash, and a haul of gold jewellery and foreign exchange. And 5 days later, this is what the ED seized from another apartment of Arpita Mukherjee. Bank notes worth 27 crore and 90 lakh, and gold and foreign currency worth 5 crore. A friend of former West Bengal Minister Partha Chatterjee, Arpita Mukherjee was also found to be listed as director of 3 companies based in Kolkata. India Today took a deep dive into the trail. We first show you how these companies were shown to be operating on paper. In company documents, Symbiosis Merchant Private Limited, incorporated on March 21, 2011, is involved in the wholesale business of a variety of goods. Arpita Mukherjee got a co-director called Kalyan Dhar on July 1, 2021. On paper, Century Engineering Private Limited is involved in manufacturing of special purpose machinery. Arpita Mukherjee was appointed its director on November 9, 2011, and then enters Kalyan Dhar as another director in 2018. Incorporated on October 29, 2014, AK Entertainment Private Limited is shown to be involved in entertainment. Arpita Mukherjee was its first director. Kalyan Dhar named its second director in 2018. The same year, when he became director of Century Engineering Private Limited, along with Arpita. We tracked the registered addresses of the three companies one by one. This is the building that's supposed to house AK Entertainment Private Limited. No signboard, but a slip pasted on a mailbox greets us at the entryway. When we spoke to the guard on duty, he revealed that the premises operates as a banquet hall instead.
नया बच्चे का प्रोग्राम नहीं होगा।
अच्छा, नया प्रोग्राम नहीं होगा। अच्छा,
अगर ईडी रेड किया ना,
हाँ,
उसी के लिए बंद है।
अच्छा,
31 तारीख में बूथ था, उसमें वो काम हो रहा है। वो लोग परमिशन दे के किया है।
अच्छा, ये मैरिज हॉल है बेसिकली। इच्छे मैरिज हॉल है। इसके कौन पार्थ तक है?
वो मालूम नहीं।
अच्छा, लेकिन यहाँ कोई ना कोई साहब तो आते होंगे ना?
हाँ, वो पार्थो साहब में 2 बार में देखा है।
अच्छा,
अर्पिता में देखा है।
अच्छा, पार्थो साहब को भी देखा, अर्पिता को देखा।
We next found out a mismatch in the address of AK Entertainment as mentioned in the company papers and as available in the records of Kolkata Municipal Corporation. In municipal records, the same 95 Rajdanga Main Road address is registered in the name of one Krishan Gopal Kar. We tracked the Kar family in the same neighborhood. Sanjeev Kar is the son of the man under whose name the address is registered. He claimed that the building AK operated out of was not 95 Rajdanga Main Road in the first place. Kar claimed his family was in possession of the same address and that company used it wrongfully under its banner.
95 राजडंगा जो प्रेमिसेस नंबर है वो आपका है?
मेरा फादर का है।
आपके फादर का है, ठीक है।
मेरा घर में जो टैक्स पे रहा है, कहीं को वो तो इलीगल है, अभी पता चला। उसका तो कोई डॉक्यूमेंट ही नहीं है पेपर पे।
तो प्लॉट नंबर क्या है?
ED 10, 11, 12।
ओके।
3 प्लॉट लेके एक बिल्डिंग बनाया।
Municipal records confirm the Kars have been paying the property tax of the same premises for the past several years, identified as the official address of Arpita's AK Entertainment Private Limited on paper. We now investigated AK's business and finances. Company documents show exponential growth since its incorporation in 2014. Documents accessed by India Today also show the same company bought a 1,187 square foot apartment worth 75 lakh in Kolkata's Diamond City South. The payment made through 2 bank accounts. The Diamond City apartment is the same property from where the ED found 27.90 crore in cash. Officials suspect AK could be a shell company registered in the name of Arpita, and Partha Chatterjee was using it to infuse black money by way of cash and through property deals. In search of Symbiosis Merchants Private Limited, the wholesale goods company with Arpita Mukherjee as its director since 2011, we reached its Belghadia address registered in company documents. No signboard, no banner. Turns out it's the same place Arpita Mukherjee's mother lives in. No trace of any company operating out of this old building. No staff, no worker either. But according to documents accessed by India Today, the company held its annual mandatory meetings at the same address. Symbiosis Merchants also maintained financial statements. The place looks familiar. It's the same Diamond City apartment from where the ED hauled unaccounted cash late last month. But on paper, it houses Century Engineering Private Limited, which had Arpita Mukherjee as its director for almost 11 years now. No staff, no workers. But the so-called company is also regular in issuing financial statements. With Munish Pandey in Delhi and Mohammad Hizbullah in Kolkata, a special investigative report by India Today.
The Benami Company trail of Arpita Mukherjee. Exclusive report from Munish Pandey. Okay, let's end tonight on a happy note. There are lots of sports I love. Now, till the other day, one of the sports I didn't know much about was lawn bowls. But today, it's the buzz of the day because India have won a historic gold in the lawn bowls after our women's team defeated South Africa 17-10 in a thrilling final. The first time ever that India has ever won a medal at lawn bowls in any international competition. Each and every one of our heroines, as I call them, need to be saluted today. They are the stars of India's great win in lawn bowls today. Let's name all of them because they will not be known to many of you. They come from different parts of the country, but our four heroines, as I'm calling them today, are
absolutely tremendous.
Rupa Rani Tirki, Pinky Singh, Lovely Chaube and Nayanmoni Saikia. We hadn't heard of their names till only the other day. Today they've done the country very proud, defeating South Africa to lift the first ever lawn bowls gold for India. Great gold medal for the Indians. The Golden Girls tearful there after winning in lawn bowls. One of the oldest sports in the Commonwealth, the colonial sport which we've defeated even England and others in Birmingham.
Of the women's fours.
And that wasn't the only reason to celebrate today. One more big reason to celebrate. India's tennis men's team, led by Sharat Kamal, Harpreet and others, have also won in the TT tournament, and remarkable performance by them as well. Let's congratulate each and every member of that team. Sharat Kamal has, of course, been someone who's been leading Indian table tennis over the years, so he is, of course, the big hero of that. But also congratulations to Harmeet Desai and Satyan Gyanashekaran. They won the doubles and that clinched us a 3-1 victory over Singapore, defending their Commonwealth Games title. I want to let you in on a little secret. My second sport in school after cricket was table tennis, and we have a great tradition of TT in this country, stretching back to Neeraj Bajaj, Kamlesh Mehta and others in the 1970s. And now we are at the top of the Commonwealth Games. Great news, 2 golds today, Commonwealth Games, TT and lawn bowls. Do Google more on lawn bowls. It's a sport for the future. Thanks for watching. Stay well, stay safe. Let's hope for many more medals in the days ahead at the Commonwealth Games. Tonight, badminton should give us another gold. Bye for now. Stay well, stay safe. Good night, Shubhratri. Jai Hind. Namaskar and congratulations to our golden women and men.
Make your media plan smarter with India Today Live TV on your connected devices.
Digi Yatra is going to be implemented in India from 31st August. It will allow passengers to catch their flight quickly if they are in a hurry. So basically, the Digi Yatra allows facial recognition technology or biometric-based digital processing of passengers done at the airport. It will be functional at the airports of 7 states: Delhi, Bengaluru, Hyderabad, Varanasi, Vijayawada, Kolkata and Pune. They would not have to provide their identity cards or boarding pass at different checkpoints, including the entry, security checks, and the aircraft boarding. It will also facilitate a self-bag drop. The initiative is expected to be a paperless, centralized registration system. The government ID repositories, airport security systems, and airline back-end network would be integrated together. A mobile application will also be launched by the Ministry of Civil Aviation. Digi Yatra application will share the ticket details and the facial data. The airport will be equipped with the biometric camera-based e-gates. Although the scheme is going to make traveling very easy, there are certain loopholes that passengers may not like. According to the Internet Freedom Foundation, there would be privacy risks with features like facial recognition for check-ins and data recall.
Make your media plan smarter with India Today Live TV on your connected devices.
Presented by Green Lamb Laminates, Har Gustakhi Saaf. Co-powered by HDFC Bank Parivartan, a step towards sustainable progress. In association with Hetic Fittings, make your furniture work beautifully. Offer pe offer, sirf Kalyan Jewelers mein.
Good evening, you're watching India First. I'm Gaurav Sawant. China has threatened to carry out a series of military drills and exercises starting this evening in the Taiwan Straits, in and around the Taiwan Straits. And these are not restricted to artillery exercises, air, land and sea exercises, including amphibious exercises are to be carried out. Is this a very strong message that China is giving out after US House Speaker Nancy Pelosi landed in Taiwan? And is that a huge embarrassment for China, especially Chinese President Xi Jinping, after he virtually threatened the US President Joe Biden, saying don't play with fire or you will get burnt? What will China do next remains our top focus story. The impact of Nancy Pelosi's visit to Taiwan. I'm Gaurav Sawant. Action-packed 60 minutes. As always, let's get started with the headlines on India First. The first top US official to land in Taiwan in 25 years, US House Speaker Nancy Pelosi is in Taipei. China warns, Taiwan prepares for escalation. US reaffirms unwavering support to democracy. The world's most wanted terrorist, Ayman Al-Zawahiri, is killed in a US drone strike in Kabul. He was hiding in an Afghan safe house with alleged Pakistan and Taliban protection. A week after Congress President Sonia Gandhi and party MP Rahul Gandhi were questioned. The Enforcement Directorate raids the National Herald office in the national capital. Searches are on at 12 locations in connection with alleged money laundering across the country. Former Bengal Minister Partha Chatterjee's key aide Arpita Mukherjee breaks her silence on the 50 crore plus cash mountain seized by the Enforcement Directorate, insists that the money does not belong to her. Her nail parlour and 4 more properties are raided by the ED in Kolkata. Kerala battles monsoon fury, red alert in 7 districts, incessant rain predicted till Thursday, floods and landslide in several areas. Congress attacks the BJP government over film. Lal Singh Chadda backs Amir Khan over the boycott trend. Congress leader Priyank Kharge says India has become intolerant. Our top focus story on the broadcast is a massive escalation in tensions between Taiwan and China and the United States of America after US House Speaker Nancy Pelosi lands in Taiwan. China has threatened to quote China targeted military action. That's the word coming out from Beijing. China's military has been put on a state of high alert. Chinese media is reporting that the People's Liberation Army will conduct a series of military maneuvers and exercises, including training activities, and these training activities will include live firing drills in sea and in air. So this is an air, land and sea exercises. Now some of the details that are appearing in Chinese media seems to indicate that long-range artillery shooting in the Taiwan Straits using long-range RT is just one part. There will also be conventional missiles. Their tests will also be carried out. The PLA's Eastern Theatre Command is to hold these joint military drills. Now, two of our reporters, our correspondents watching the story very closely join me on the show. I have Foreign Affairs editor Geeta Mohan joining me on the show. Also with me is Abhishek Bhalla, our editor defense and the bureau chief, who joined me on the show. But Geeta, I want to come to you first. Nancy Pelosi has landed. Is this a major setback to China in general and Xi Jinping in particular?
Well, specifically speaking, there was no way out. Now, China could not have done anything but send out the threats that it did, and the US could not have backed out at this moment with Chinese threats and China bullying another country. And that's the reason why Pelosi went ahead with the visit, and now we're looking at the Chinese threats. Serious threats coming in from the Chinese side. 2 statements that came in from the Chinese Foreign Ministry immediately after Pelosi landed in Taiwan. And now, Gaurav, a statement by People's Liberation Army showing a map with 6 areas where military operations are going to take place. Like you rightly pointed out, there are also some other areas that were mentioned earlier in the day. Xiamen, where tanks were seen rolling in, the warplanes that flew across the Taiwan Strait all through the day. And now we're looking at 6 areas around Taiwan where military operations, live fire drills are going to be conducted. So serious provocation there by China, but will that also end up with provocation that will see some response from the Taiwanese side is something we'll have to wait and see. The 2 areas that the Chinese are now going to look at in terms of punishing, if I could use that word, Taiwan for having welcomed Pelosi, invited Pelosi, or allowed Pelosi to land on Taiwanese soil, which is economic sanctions. There are going to be some serious economic ramifications and repercussions to the visit, and military action. In terms of military action, Gaurav, there is going to be serious ramification, not just for Taiwan and China, but also the entire region.
Give me a moment. We'll talk about these military actions and operations in detail. Geeta, stay with me for a moment. I want to quickly bring in Abhishek Bhalla into this conversation. Abhishek, describe to us steps that China has taken. So we saw bluff, we saw bluster, and China literally warning the United States of America. You had Xi Jinping say that if you play with fire, you will burn yourself. But it appears that bluff and bluster has been called out. What steps is Beijing taking now, Abhishek?
Gaurav, it remains to be seen whether this is just intimidating tactics or real military action on ground. This is exactly the standard operating procedure that China follows when it comes to military matters. We've seen it over the last 2 years in Ladakh, where, it was military drills, exercises that were being used as guise to move ahead and take military action. And something very similar, I gave that an analogy because something very similar is happening here right now, where China is talking about taking military action. But what that military action is obviously not clear. And, in the lead up to the visit, Chinese had been speaking a similar language. They were saying that consequences will have to be borne by the US now that the visit has finally happened. It remains to be seen what next. It clearly seems like those tactics that China is good at, playing mind games. We'll have to wait and watch what really pans out. But
I have details of some of the military exercises that will be carried out. We are told that tanks are rolling out. We are told fighter jets are out, ships and submarines and amphibious exercises. And these are to be held. Air drills in the north, south, west and southeast of the island, and this clearly is a big signal. Stay with me, we'll get you much more on this big story, but there's more breaking news that's coming in. It's an evening of very fast-paced developments as Nancy Pelosi lands in Taipei. China's Ministry of Foreign Affairs on Tuesday issued a statement on Speaker of the US House of Representatives Nancy Pelosi's visit to Taiwan. China has said Pelosi's visit is a violation of the One China principle. China has also said that this infringes on China's sovereignty and territorial integrity. China then goes on to say that Taiwan remains an inalienable and integral part of China. US is attempting to use Taiwan to contain China. US moves are like playing with fire, extremely dangerous. I quickly want to cut across to Shiv Arur, my colleague, joining us with more on this big story. Shiv, you've been watching these developments very closely, the military maneuvers on ground, the Chinese rhetoric, and Nancy Pelosi is still landing in Taiwan. What now, Shiv? And the statement that comes from Beijing.
Belligerence, as expected, Gaurav, from China, because remember, in the entire run-up to Nancy Pelosi's arrival in Taiwan, all that China has done is ratchet up the tensions, and paint this big aura of threat and of retaliation. Now that Pelosi has landed, the ball is squarely in China's court. And even though there is a perception that this was all fire and brimstone, a lot of psychological warfare and mind games of the kind that the world is, pretty used to, and the US is certainly used to it, and so is Taiwan. The fact is, China, at a time like this, when the US has actually taken a break from 25 years of history by landing a US Air Force jet with Nancy Pelosi in Taiwan, has basically signaled not only to the region but the entire world that the world not only recognizes China as a huge threat to the world, but also recognizes that its threats may not always need to be taken seriously. What the US has done now is sort of bell the cat as far as China is concerned. China, remember, is holding a series of military exercises around Taiwan at this point of time, but is looking pretty helpless because it's talking about resolute military action, retaliation and things like that. But what possible military action can they really take, against the United States? Are they talking about action against the United States? Are they talking about Taiwan? For 73 years, they haven't taken any military action against Taiwan. We've explained that separately. So
Yes.
the ball proverbially, militarily, politically is squarely in China's court right now. And with each passing hour, they're probably looking for some kind of an honorable exit, an explanation for why all this belligerence hasn't translated into something kinetic, something economic, or something else.
But is that likely to happen? Either something kinetic or something economic. Some sanctions have already been imposed or announced. Taiwan is saying that 100 companies that were exporting agricultural products to China, restrictions have been placed on them. Now, is this symbolic or is this far more serious? But Shiv, there are threats coming Taiwan's way from Chinese diplomats. How does one read into these threats, virtual threats coming Taiwan's way?
The Chinese diplomats around the world are usually pretty irresponsible in the things they say. The guy sitting in Karachi is saying, wait and watch, then he deletes his tweet and says the reunification of Taiwan is going to be accelerated now. All of these things can be looked at as psychological warfare. But the point is, I think the world agrees and is pretty unanimous that any reunification of Taiwan may have been unrealistic for 73 years, but under the current Chinese leader, Xi Jinping, it has become much more of a possible kinetic threat, the possibility of actual conflict that entails the attempted reunification of Taiwan with the rest of China. But having said that, you pointed to the economic sanctions, the trade punitive actions that China has taken and probably will take against Taiwan, maybe even the United States amidst a larger trade war. But the fact is, China has specifically talked about resolute military actions, Gaurav.
Yes.
It's talked about, retaliatory strikes, which is what the Chinese media is reporting. And as you know, the Chinese media is only an organ of the, of the Communist Party government in China. They've got their aircraft crossing the Taiwan Strait. They've got aircraft buzzing in that area. They've got, so-called scheduled military drills that are taking place in the South China Sea. And starting on August the 4th, that's tomorrow, they will also have 6 drills, literally encircling Taiwan. It doesn't get more direct than that. There's an air of threat, there's an air of intimidation, but will it actually result in some kind of a strike, some kind of hard action compared to what has been threatened remains the real picture.
Oh, absolutely. And has the Chinese president Xi Jinping painted himself in a corner? I'll get Geeta Mohan and Abhishek to respond to what's happening on ground. And remember, this is an evening of very fast-paced developments that are taking place. China does look extremely embarrassed. Its bluff and bluster has been carried out. Will China be compelled to take action, and will that remain restricted to economic action or military action? And if so, what kind of military action? Amidst this tussle between the United States and China, US House Speaker Nancy Pelosi landed in Taiwan a few hours ago, around 8:15 this evening. Nancy Pelosi's much-awaited arrival at the Taipei airport was accompanied by Taiwan Air Force fighter jets, F-16s of Taiwan. But of course, Japanese media also reported that F-22 Raptors of the US Air Force and F-15 Eagles also took off from bases in Japan. 5 mid-air refuelers in the sky, eye in the sky also there, the AVAX systems. Now, Nancy Pelosi is the highest ranking elected US official. She's the Speaker of the House. Many see her as number 3 in the hierarchy after the President and the Vice President. She's number 3 in the line of succession. Now, her visit to the island nation is taking place, a Speaker's visit after 25 long years. Taiwan welcomed the US House Speaker with its high-rise buildings, and that's the image of Nancy Pelosi landing, her Boeing 737 touching down, and the warm reception that she received. High-rise buildings mark the clear sentiment: Taiwan loves the US. This comes after China's repeated threats and warnings to the United States of America that Pelosi's visit will bring forth serious consequences and is a violation of One China policy. China has upped the ante with military drills. It's announced the same in 6 areas around Taiwan, starting the 4th of August to the 7th of August. And news just coming in, Nancy Pelosi has released a statement on her leading a congressional delegation to Taiwan. Nancy Pelosi has said Taiwan Relations Act sets out America's commitment to a democratic Taiwan, providing the framework for an economic and diplomatic relationship in this country. And that act, the Taiwan Relations Act, came 43 years ago. Nancy Pelosi then wrote, "We must stand by Taiwan, which is an island of resilience. Taiwan is a leader in governance." She went on to say that in the face of Chinese Communist Party's accelerating aggression, and this is extremely significant, in the face of CCP, Chinese Communist Party's accelerating aggression, our congressional delegation's visit should be seen as unequivocal statement that America stands with Taiwan, a democratic partner, as it defends itself and its freedom. She wrote, "Our visit, one of several congressional delegations to the island, in no way contradicts the long-standing One China policy." But what she makes very clear, and I quote, "We cannot stand by as the Communist Party of China proceeds to threaten Taiwan and democracy itself. Committed to democracy, committed to freedom of Taiwan." I once again want to bring in our Foreign Affairs editor, Geeta Mohan, for more on this big story. That's a very strong statement that comes from Nancy Pelosi. Geeta, she is a known China baiter, but how would China receive this?
See, the fact that a very important and significant statement came from Nancy Pelosi as soon as she landed. The statement that you're referring to was just immediately after she landed, and she put out a statement talking about how the stand continues to remain the same of US administration and that they're going to honor and respect it. But China is not looking at it that way. Also, the fact that, Gaurav, there have been a lot of conversations with regards to what has China done so far. Remember, Nancy Pelosi's visit, an official announcement, did not include Taiwan. So China put out 3 statements before, 2 foreign ministry statements immediately after she landed, and a PLA statement very clearly saying that there will be consequences should she land in Taiwan. There was no confirmation. We only knew from local media reports that she indeed was landing tonight.
Okay.
But because it was not spelled out, there was no action. You see, immediately after she landed, there has been a lot of movement and action, not just from the Chinese side, even from the Taiwanese side, because they, in all probability, already knew. Officers' leaves have been cancelled. They are preparing for any untoward incident or any such movement by the Chinese side, should there be a need for retaliation by the Taiwanese. On the other hand, if you see the statements that have come from China,
yes,
there has been a lot of movement. Like we said, warplanes in the air, tanks rolling in into Xiamen, just looking over the Taiwan Strait. And now they have designated 6 positions around Taiwan, encircling Taiwan to carry out military operations.
And what does this mean? Is this sinister? Is this a drill? Or is this a sign of times to come? Geeta, stay with me. Shiv, stay with me. Sai Kiran Kannan, an OSCENT analyst, covers this region very closely, joins me on the show. Also with me is Lieutenant General Sanjay Kulkarni, former Chief of Staff of the Leh-based Fire and Fury Corps, also former Director General of the Indian Army's Infantry. But Sai Kiran, yes, Chinese Type 63A light amphibious tanks in Xiamen City, tanks in Fujian province, a few kilometers from Xiamen Island. What do we make of the Chinese drills around Taiwan?
Yeah, that is a very important aspect here, because if we are looking at the 6 points of contention that, where the Chinese drills are to take place from Thursday until Saturday. And, we are also getting reports that, as early as tonight, there are also going to be certain other drills that are going to, take place around Taiwan. These are very provocative in nature, firstly, because if you look at those 6 points of locations, they're extremely close and almost infringing on, the Taiwanese airspace and, the water borders that you have around Taiwan. It's very provocative. It's almost like, pointing a finger at you, which is almost like very close to your nose, but saying that I'm not touching you. It's as provocative as that. And they're also very certain that they don't want to escalate too much when Pelosi is there. So if you also look at the timeline, they're going to start those drills from Thursday. The major drills are going to start from Thursday when, Pelosi will not even be there in Taiwan. So they also want to make sure that they're not gonna escalate things with US, but at the same time they also want to put Taiwan in their place, because Taiwan, even today, if you see, after Nancy Pelosi's plane landed, there were also some reports from the Chinese media that the US Air Force, that the aircraft actually infringed on China's airspace, which was not the case, because you saw the circuitous lane that the aircraft took from Malaysia.
But Saikiran, there was also this information that Chinese Su-35 fighter jets, they almost came close to the airspace of Taiwan. They came beyond the ADIZ, or in the air defense identification zone. But for a moment, when we talk about these drills that China is carrying out at 6 different locations, and this is where it becomes extremely interesting. Drills in the north, southwest, southeast of the island, long-range artillery shooting in Taiwan Strait, conventional missile test firing. General Kulkarni, what's the signal that China is trying to send out after Nancy Pelosi has landed in Taiwan?
The Chinese aren't taking it as lightly. Gaurav and Chinese want to convey to the Americans that, all said and done, they're not going to let Taiwan be a democracy as what
said very clearly that they do believe in the one China policy, but they would not let the invasion of Taiwan be done by China. It's not now. Even when Mao Zedong was alive, the Kinmen Islands of Taiwan, Mao Zedong for 30 years ensured bombardments for every alternate day, odd and even. And it carried on even 3 years after Mao's death. That's not just the military angle or the political angle or the diplomatic angle to Taiwan.
Yes.
There's a tremendous amount of social angle to Taiwan. Marriages have taken place between mainland China and Taiwan, and most of them, over 4 lakh, are women from the mainland China. They have one child policy in China all these years. So there's tremendous amount of social interaction.
But is that social interaction actually leading to something positive? Or in the times to come, Shiv Arur with me on this big story, Saikiran also with me on the story, Foreign Affairs Editor Geeta Mohan tracking the story very, very closely, diplomatically. Many argue, especially in the United States, Geeta, that what is Nancy Pelosi's visit actually going to achieve? It may be symbolic, but it's putting Taiwan in harm's way. Is that the appreciation even of some in Taiwan?
Well, certainly some in DC, in the DC circuit, as also in Taiwan. There were certain quarters that did protest the visit, although you saw many of them would come to welcome Nancy Pelosi, but also in China, that what are the tangibles, what are the deliverables from the visit. Nancy Pelosi is Speaker of the House of Representatives. She has no powers when it comes to policy decisions. Are there going to be any important policy announcements? Are there going to be any announcements with regards to how US is going to support? In terms of a speech of support is different from announcement of what they're going to deliver, what they're going to send to Taiwan in the form of support. That Nancy Pelosi certainly can't do. She has very important engagements, but this certainly is a decision by the Speaker and her office to travel to include Taiwan as part of her Southeast Asia tour. She does not require permission from the United States of America administration or President Biden, and nor did she seek one. There is a certain amount of distancing if you see the kind of statements that are coming from US administration, where they're trying to make it a point to say that this is the Speaker's visit. It's not an official administration visit. So treat them differently. China has not accepted this argument. In fact, they have vehemently rejected the argument, saying that the third highest ranking official of US administration visiting a country or visiting Taiwan cannot be construed as an unofficial visit. It is indeed official. And that's the reason why the reaction coming in from Beijing.
No, but has China painted itself in a corner? Is this extremely embarrassing for Chinese President Xi Jinping? Saikiran, the Chinese president is looking at a re-election, an unprecedented third term, where he wants to be perhaps the most powerful Chinese leader, president for life, the most powerful leader after Mao Zedong. Is there a dent in that quest, especially with Nancy Pelosi landing in Taiwan?
Yes, a few things, right? So China is already facing issues on multiple fronts. That their economic, state is, in a pretty bad shape, and we've seen many of the banks defaulting in China. So there's also some, grave displeasure amongst the citizens of China in terms of, many of the policies that Xi Jinping has, carried out for the last few years. And now, yes. Many felt that this posturing by China and the PLA is kind of trying to rekindle the nationalism, where you saw many of the even on Weibo, you saw many of the Chinese users saying that this could be a moment where China is again united as one, where they bring the nationalism to the fore, so that Xi Jinping can posture himself as a person who can carry forward the Chinese legacy and the one country, one nation policy. So I think there's a lot of political undertone as well from both the sides. I would say yes. Nancy Pelosi, was not, probably officially representing the U.S. government. She had her own decisions. But yes, there's also some statements wherein which, Joe Biden is also looking for a second term, where, there's also maybe, a lot of criticism against him for not standing up to China. So on both sides of the story, you're having people,
But if we were to, for a moment, concentrate on Xi Jinping and China in general, Xi Jinping in particular. General Kulkarni, in your appreciation, is this a loss of face for Chinese President Xi Jinping? He virtually threatened the American president, don't play with fire, you'll burn yourself. And it seems America has called China's bluster and bluff.
No doubt, Gaurav, no doubt. The Americans have made it clear that you can say what you want to say, we will do what we want to do. And the Chinese, much that they wanted to say, you're playing with fire, you can't cross this red line, all said and done, the Chinese have to now be seen on the back foot. Reason is very, very clear. The Americans have not, transgressed that red line. They accept the one China policy, but they do not accept the invasion of China on Taiwan for a very simple reason, that they know for sure Taiwan's a democratic, number one, and secondly, whatever it be, there is no way the Americans will stand by Taiwan, because that's the only way they can tell the Chinese or rather have Chinese see their own look. Until and unless China does what it wants to prove right now, I don't think the Chinese can do what they're wanting to say. They can't walk the talk. The Americans
can't walk the talk. That's a very important point you're making. So, Geeta, loss of face for Xi Jinping ahead of his third term or his proposed third term internally in China. So you have tanks that are going on beaches. Are those images meant for internal consumption? But even internally, will questions be asked, or anyone who asks a question may just be put in front of a tank?
Well, most of the videos, the statements that have come out on social media within China is for internal consumption. It is to create a narrative that might be very different from how the world is viewing this entire incident and the situation on the ground. That certainly is true, Gaurav. And we do know that the Chinese are trying to, or the Chinese administration would try to show and project themselves as a stronger, mightier power in the region, and that they have things under control. But do they really have things under control? The Taiwanese would have a lot of support. There are 4 warships, US warships on the east of Taiwan that are already there in the region. Should China take any provocative military action, apart from the military operations or exercises that they intend to conduct, if they're going to take any serious, severe military action, that will see a response not just from the Taiwanese side, who are also backed and supported in terms of weaponry, systems, technology by the West, particularly the United States of America, but that there are warships in the region who have already reached in order to ensure security for Pelosi, but also to ensure that any ramification of this visit in the manner of action from the Chinese side should also be not just curtailed,
there are
but
some
also
important
that Taiwan needs to be defended.
Okay,
so
some important questions that come out at this point of time. What is China threatening? Is China actually threatening to attack Nancy Pelosi's aircraft? That's a zero chance of that. We're just raising some questions. Is China issuing a threat of military action? Well, military action in terms of exercises is happening, serious provocation, but what will it lead to? Is China flexing its military muscle very close to Taiwan's borders? That's already happening. Repercussions for Taiwan after Nancy Pelosi leaves, and that's something we will talk about. But is this all talk, all mind games, and no real action on ground except exercises? What about non-military economic actions? That's already happening on ground. There's more breaking news coming in. Another statement that's come from China, and just look at the statements that are coming from the Foreign Office, from the Defense Ministry, from various embassies across the world. This is again an official Chinese government statement that says US is making themselves an enemy of the 1.4 billion Chinese people. Will not end up well. Act like a bully in front of the whole world. Will only make everyone see that the US is the biggest danger to world peace. That's another statement that's just been released by China. And let's try and make sense of this. Geeta, multiple statements from the Foreign Office, from the Defense Ministry, from an Eastern Command that says prepare for war, from these wolf warriors or so-called wolf warriors in various embassies, and now another statement that says US is making themselves an enemy of 1.4 billion Chinese people. So all bluff and bluster because they can do nothing on ground?
Well, again, too early to say, Gaurav. We'll have to wait and see what really happens. See, we did this when the Russia-Ukraine war was not happening, and there was a lot of to and fro in terms of conversations, and nobody thought Russia would actually take the actions that it did. In this context, there are a few red lines. We know that the statement today morning by President Biden on Al-Zawahiri and confirming that Al-Zawahiri was killed while the action had taken place in the intervening night of July 30th and 31st, many say could be maybe diversionary tactic by the United States of America, although they needed time to confirm Ayman al-Zawahiri's identity. But the fact is that there are red lines that China will not get diverted from. Taiwan is a red line. Taiwan is a very important issue for the Chinese administration and for Xi Jinping. So while there could be a lot of bluff and bluster when it comes to China on various counts, on Taiwan, I would really take the Chinese seriously on some counts as to what they're going to do. We again have to wait and see. It might not be absolute military action that would escalate into even limited conflict. But I certainly think that there is going to be some economic price to pay. And the bigger question then would be, was Nancy Pelosi's visit, was an American visit at such a high level really worth it at this point in time, at this juncture? Because she will not be delivering on policies. She is not going to make any important policy announcements, nor any important deliverables. So is it worth it? Even if it is economic cost.
Stay with me, Geeta. General, how do you look at this? China's yet another statement slamming US, saying you're making 1.4 billion people an enemy.
Gaurav, China can say what it wants to say, threat, intimidation, exercises, all kinds of statements. But China knows it can do nothing at this point of time to the United States. Internationally, China is isolated. It knows after Ukraine where it stands. It knows what it has happened after COVID-19. It knows its own standing in the world today. Economically, it is shattered inside. Xi Jinping's own standing is a threat. So, seeing all this, China wouldn't want to do anything that further isolates China in the world community. So, all this bluff will carry on. Threat, intimidation exercises will carry on. In any case, Nancy Pelosi was a messaging to China that we stand with Taiwan. You want to do what you want to do, let us see what you can do about it. So it's very, very clear. I think the Chinese are isolated. They know for sure that they are all just 1.4 billion. Very clear that China alone feels that yes, they are, the US is its enemy. It isn't like that. Chinese know for sure that at this point of time, China can do nothing.
Very interesting developments that are taking place in the world right now. A conflict between Ukraine and Russia, and the situation that's developing between Taiwan and China, and of course, US Congress Speaker, House of Representatives Speaker Nancy Pelosi in Taiwan. What are the ramifications? What do these exercises mean? Lots more coming up on the other side of a quick break. Stay with us here on our special broadcast on India Today.
Early morning raids, 15 hours of grilling and a midnight arrest. And now, the court has sent Shiv Sena MP Sanjay Raut to ED custody till August 4th. But the ED remand came with some relaxations. The court directed ED to not conduct interrogation of Raut at night owing to his ill health. The ED must also ensure Raut got his medicine and would be hospitalized if required. Sanjay Raut has also been allowed to speak with his lawyers. The concessions came despite the ED accusing Raut of influencing witnesses and tampering with evidence. Sanjay Raut has been claiming that he is a victim of political vendetta. On Monday, former Chief Minister Uddhav Thackeray backed his loyalist. The former Chief Minister compared the current political scenario with Hitler's rule.
सेकेंड वर्ल्ड वॉर चल रहा था तो हिटलर एक समय ऐसे आया था कि उस वक्त लग रहा था कि शायद हिटलर जीत जाएगा, पूरी दुनिया को अपने कब्जे में ले लेगा। तो उस वक्त डेविड लो मतलब हिटलर बॉम्ब डालता था और डेविड लो एक कार्टून निकालता था और वो कार्टून का जो एक परिणाम हुआ करता था वो बॉम्ब से भी ज्यादा होता था। तो यही होती है जो तानाशाही की बात होती है, जब सारे लोग अपने गुलाम होते हैं तो कुछ दिन के लिए जब तक उनका उपयोग आपके लिए होता है तब तक वो गुलाम अच्छे लगते हैं, बाद में गुलाम जब उनका उपयोग नहीं रहता है वो निकलते हैं।
Uddhav even used the famous dialogue from the film Pushpa to say that a real Shiv Sainik झुकेगा नहीं।
मुझे संजय राउत पर अभिमान है और बाला साहब का असली सैनिक सिर्फ वो पिक्चर देखने के लिए ठीक है, पुष्पा झुकेगा नहीं, लेकिन ये झुका नहीं। जो झुकने वाले थे वो हमाम में चले गए और झुकने वाला कभी शिवसैनिक नहीं हो सकता।
In a show of support, Uddhav Thackeray even went to Raut's home to meet his family. Raut's arrest came after ED claimed that more than 11 lakh rupees were found at the MP's house. ED says it has enough evidence to nail Sanjay Raut in the multi-crore land scandal. But the Sena leader says the probe agency is shooting in the dark. Bureau Report, India Today.
Make your media plan smarter with India Today Live TV on your connected devices. Everyone's busy finding what's trending. You're busy finding out why. India Today, for those who research before reacting. Download the India Today app now.
So what's the military balance like? The power differential between China and Taiwan. Taiwan is just about a small island, about 108 miles from mainland China. It has a strong security grid, but can Taiwan militarily take on China? There is a staggering difference, not just in the size of China and Taiwan, but also in the size of their armed forces, the weapons, the systems that both the countries have, or if I may, that China and Taiwan have. Abhishek Bhalla gets you more on the military balance and the questions that remain. Will the US back Taiwan militarily should the balloon go up? Or will they back Taiwan only with weapons and systems and not boots on ground?
China has been flexing its muscles eyeing Taiwan. Chinese fighter jets zooming into Taiwanese airspace. Frequent air incursions have become a bullying tactic, keeping the island nation on edge. China's aggressive maneuvers are a chilling reminder of how Russia invaded Ukraine. The threat is real. In response, Taiwan has been carrying out exercises to combat air raids. Mock missile alerts, sirens being sounded, people rushing indoors, much like the recent scenes in Ukraine, where a real war is still on. And amidst all this now comes the big warning from Beijing. China has spoken of serious consequences if US House of Representatives Speaker Nancy Pelosi visits Taiwan. This has far-reaching geopolitical ramifications, making America wary. If the visit were to happen, Pelosi would be the highest-ranking US politician to travel to Taiwan since 1997.
There is no comparison of China and Taiwan's, military expenditure, the strength of their militaries, the size of their armies, the size of their, aircraft, the size of their land power. So there's on every single parameter, China kind of outshines Taiwan.
China claims Taiwan, a democratically run island nation close to its southeastern coast, as its territory. This has always been rejected by Taiwan. China has not taken the growing diplomacy and Taiwan cozying up to the US very well. As another conflict looms large, is Taiwan ready to take on a mighty China? Here too, there are similarities with the Russia-Ukraine war. In case of a military confrontation, China's resources look to overpower Taiwan. China is not ruling out a military response. Chinese Foreign Ministry spokesperson Zhao Lijian warned of firm and resolute measures and that the US will be responsible for the serious consequences if Mrs. Pelosi went ahead with her visit. The military response has been even more aggressive. If the US side insists on going ahead, the Chinese military will never sit idle and will take strong measures to thwart any external interference and separatist attempts for Taiwanese independence. Colonel Tan Keifei told the China Daily. Here's how the two militaries stand against each other. China's military budget is $252 billion compared to a meager $13 billion of Taiwan. In terms of numbers, Taiwan is not a match for China. China has roughly 20 lakh active military personnel compared to 1,63,000 in Taiwan. China has over 4,000 combat aircraft, while Taiwan only a little over 800. China's combat fleet is far superior to what Taiwan has. When it comes to tanks, China has over 5,000, Taiwan only 1,700. In terms of armoured vehicles, China has 14,000 compared to Taiwan's tiny 1,700. In artillery too, China completely dwarfs Taiwan. Coming to maritime power, once again the Chinese Navy has far more firepower. China has over 700 frontline ships, Taiwan has under 100. China has 2 functional aircraft carriers with a third one almost ready. Taiwan doesn't have the luxury of having even one. The Chinese Navy has over 70 submarines, while Taiwan has only 4. A direct comparison of the militaries doesn't paint an accurate picture, though, of what it would be like if the two countries actually went into war. Taiwan, as it stands, enjoys the support of many countries across the world. But whether this new flashpoint will escalate to a full-scale conflict or not is difficult to predict. But with tensions rising and China's aggressive moves, a flare-up cannot be ruled out. The world is closely keeping an eye on China's next moves. With Abhishek Balla in Delhi, Bureau Report, India Today.
And is this China's first provocation after Nancy Pelosi lands in Taiwan? 21 aircraft of the PLA Air Force, which include at least 8 J-11s, 10 J-16s, the AVAC system, the early warning system, the electronic intelligence system, the Wyatt Elant aircraft, all of them have entered Taiwan's southwest region. And this is being seen as a very major provocation, not just entering the air defense identification zone, but 21 Chinese Air Force aircraft have entered southwest Taiwan. And this was feared, this was an apprehension that China will not restrict itself to the ADIZ or Air Defense Identification Zone. There may be an escalation into Taiwan's airspace. And is that what is actually happening with Nancy Pelosi still in Taiwan? There is no denying the fact that China is increasingly becoming more belligerent, and it's seen to be using its Belt and Road Initiative to spread its sphere of influence either by hook or by crook. We're just not just talking about the situation at Taiwan. Several countries that fell into China's debt trap are increasingly waking up to the threat posed by China. In the United Kingdom, some days back, Rishi Sunak, aspiring to be British Prime Minister, has said that China poses the biggest threat even to Britain.
An aggressive military power, an economic superpower. China's hostile policies have kept its neighbors and the West forever on the edge. The latest leader to talk of the China threat is Britain's Prime Minister contender Rishi Sunak, who labelled Beijing as UK's enemy number one. During his campaign, Rishi Sunak laid out his plans to take on China if he made it to 10 Downing Street. Sunak said he would close all 30 Confucius institutes running in Britain to prevent the spread of Chinese influence through culture and language. Britain's spy agency MI5 will be employed to combat Chinese espionage. Sunak claimed the dragon was stealing UK's technology. The former finance minister of Britain recognized the threat China was posing to India. India has been in a standoff with China alongside the LAC for 2 years now, with more than 15 rounds of talks bearing no fruit. India has cracked down on Chinese business, its apps following the face-off. But nothing has stirred China as it keeps provoking Indian forces stationed in eastern Ladakh. US-China ties are faring no better. The latest confrontation is over Speaker Nancy Pelosi's visit to Taiwan, the growing flashpoint in Asia. Many other nations share concerns over China's expansionist vision. but Beijing appears unfazed despite slowly being isolated in the world. Bureau Report, India Today.
So Nancy Pelosi has a full day tomorrow. She's spending the night in Taiwan tonight. Tomorrow morning, she has a meeting with Taiwan's President Tsai Ing-wen. There's also a meeting of legislatures. There's a meeting then with human rights activists, and we will continue to get you the latest on this big story. But that is all we have time for on India First this evening. Many thanks for watching. News and updates continue on India Today. Stay with us.
Hello and welcome. Thank you for tuning in. I'm Pooja Shali. Let's begin first with the headlines. The first US official to land in Taiwan in 25 years, US House Speaker Nancy Pelosi is in Taipei. China warns Taiwan prepares for war. US reaffirms unwavering support to democracy. World's most wanted terrorist Ayman Al-Zawahiri is killed in a drone strike by the United States of America. He was hiding in an Afghan safe house with alleged Pakistani and Taliban protection. Week after Sonia Gandhi and Rahul Gandhi were questioned, the ED raids now at National Herald building in Delhi. Searches at 12 locations in connection with the money laundering allegations case. Partha Chatterjee aide Arpita Mukherjee breaks silence on 50 crore cash mountain seized by the ED. Says the money does not belong to her, but her nail parlour and 4 more properties have been raided in Kolkata. The Congress party attacks Modi government over film. Lal Singh Chadda backs Amir Khan over the boycott trend against him. Congress Neta Priyank Kharge says India has become intolerant. Kerala battles monsoon fury. It's a red alert in 7 districts in Kerala. Incessant rainfall prediction till Thursday with flood-like situation and landslide in several areas. Amid the tussle between the United States of America and China, US House Speaker Nancy Pelosi has finally landed in Taiwan just about a few hours ago. Pelosi's much-awaited arrival at Taipei airport was accompanied by Taiwan's Air Force fighter jets. Nancy Pelosi is the highest-ranking elected US official to visit the island nation in over 25 years. These are the visuals coming in when she alighted in Taiwan. Taiwan decided to welcome the US House Speaker with its high-rise buildings, making it clear that the sentiment is behind her visit and supporting her completely. But this comes after China's repeated warnings to the United States of America that Pelosi's visit will bring forth, and I quote China here, serious consequences. And that also adding that it is a violation of the One China policy. Meanwhile, China has upped the ante with its military drills and have announced the same in 6 areas around Taiwan until that between from August 4 to 7. China has increasingly become more belligerent and is seen to be using its Belt and Road Initiative to spread the sphere of influence by hook or by crook. Several countries that fell into China's debt trap are now increasingly waking up to the threat posed by China. In the United Kingdom, Rishi Sunak, aspiring to be British Prime Minister, has said that China does pose the biggest threat even to Britain. Take a look.
An aggressive military power, an economic superpower. China's hostile policies have kept its neighbors and the West forever on the edge. The latest leader to talk of the China threat is Britain's Prime Minister contender Rishi Sunak, who labelled Beijing as UK's enemy number 1. During his campaign, Rishi Sunak laid out his plans to take on China if he made it to 10 Downing Street. Sunak said he would close all 30 Confucius institutes running in Britain to prevent the spread of Chinese influence through culture and language. Britain's spy agency MI5 will be employed to combat Chinese espionage. Sunak claimed the dragon was stealing UK's technology. The former finance minister of Britain recognized the threat China was posing to India. India has been in a standoff with China alongside the LAC for 2 years now, with more than 15 rounds of talks bearing no fruit. India has cracked down on Chinese business, its apps following the face-off. But nothing has stirred China as it keeps provoking Indian forces stationed in eastern Ladakh. US-China ties are faring no better. The latest confrontation is over Speaker Nancy Pelosi's visit to Taiwan, the growing flashpoint in Asia. Many other nations share concerns over China's expansionist vision. But Beijing appears unfazed despite slowly being isolated in the world. Bureau Report, India Today.
Taiwan is a small island about 100 miles from mainland China. It has a strong security grid, but can Taiwan take on China in a military prowess? There is a staggering difference not just in the size of the countries, but also the size of the armed forces, weapons and systems. Abhishek Balla gets you the latest on the military balance as questions remain. Will the United States of America back Taiwan's military? Should the balloon go up and back only with weapon supplies or also boots on the ground?
China has been flexing its muscles, eyeing Taiwan. Chinese fighter jets zooming into Taiwanese airspace. Frequent air incursions have become a bullying tactic, keeping the island nation on edge. China's aggressive maneuvers are a chilling reminder of how Russia invaded Ukraine. The threat is real. In response, Taiwan has been carrying out exercises to combat air raids. Mock missile alerts, sirens being sounded, people rushing indoors, much like the recent scenes in Ukraine, where a real war is still on. And amidst all this now comes the big warning from Beijing. China has spoken of serious consequences if US House of Representatives Speaker Nancy Pelosi visits Taiwan. This has far-reaching geopolitical ramifications, making America wary. If the visit were to happen, Pelosi would be the highest-ranking US politician to travel to Taiwan since 1997.
There is no comparison of China and Taiwan's, military expenditure, the strength of their militaries, the size of their armies, the size of their, aircraft, the size of their land power. So there's on every single parameter, China kind of outshines Taiwan.
China claims Taiwan, a democratically run island nation close to its southeastern coast, as its territory. This has always been rejected by Taiwan. China has not taken the growing diplomacy and Taiwan cozying up to the US very well. As another conflict looms large, is Taiwan ready to take on a mighty China? Here too, there are similarities with the Russia-Ukraine war. In case of a military confrontation, China's resources look to overpower Taiwan. China is not ruling out a military response. Chinese Foreign Ministry spokesperson Zhao Lijian warned of firm and resolute measures and that the US will be responsible for the serious consequences if Mrs. Pelosi went ahead with her visit. The military response has been even more aggressive. If the US side insists on going ahead, the Chinese military will never sit idle and will take strong measures to thwart any external interference and separatist attempts for Taiwanese independence. Colonel Tan Keifei told the China Daily. Here's how the two militaries stand against each other. China's military budget is $252 billion compared to a meager $13 billion of Taiwan. In terms of numbers, Taiwan is not a match for China. China has roughly 20 lakh active military personnel compared to 1,63,000 in Taiwan. China has over 4,000 combat aircraft, while Taiwan only a little over 800. China's combat fleet is far superior to what Taiwan has. When it comes to tanks, China has over 5,000, Taiwan only 1,700. In terms of armored vehicles, China has 14,000 compared to Taiwan's tiny 1,700. In artillery too, China completely dwarfs Taiwan. Coming to maritime power, once again the Chinese Navy has far more firepower. China has over 700 frontline ships, Taiwan has under 100. China has 2 functional aircraft carriers with a third one almost ready. Taiwan doesn't have the luxury of having even one. The Chinese Navy has over 70 submarines, while Taiwan has only 4. A direct comparison of the militaries doesn't paint an accurate picture, though, of what it would be like if the two countries actually went into war. Taiwan, as it stands, enjoys the support of many countries across the world. But whether this new flashpoint will escalate to a full-scale conflict or not is difficult to predict. But with tensions rising and China's aggressive moves, a flare-up cannot be ruled out. The world is closely keeping an eye on China's next moves. With Abhishek Balla in Delhi, Bureau Report, India Today.
The woman in the eye of the SSC scam storm, Arpita Mukherjee, has finally broken her silence. Dropping a massive bombshell, arrested former TMC Minister Partha Chatterjee's aide now claims that mountain of cash found at her residence does not belong to her and was placed in her absence. Here are the details about what did she say when she broke her silence.
Mountains of black cash. A stunning political war. The red-hot Bengal jobs scam exploding each passing day. And now the woman from whose house multiple piles of cash were recovered has dropped a massive bombshell. Arrested ex-TMC Mantri Partha Chatterjee's aide, Arpita Mukherjee, has now broken her silence for the first time, claiming that the money does not belong to her and was placed in her house in her absence. Arpita is merely echoing what Partha had told the media earlier, saying that the cash did not belong to him, hinting at a conspiracy. Partha's alleged scam meanwhile led to fresh public anger. A woman threw her chappal at Partha at the ESI hospital for ruining Bengal's job seekers. Partha had earlier faced chor chor chants from the public at AIIMS Bhubaneswar. Meanwhile, ED continues to conduct raids in Kolkata, this time going after at least 4 places in Kolkata, including Port Oasis housing at Goriaghat area.
A flat owned by Arpita Mukherjee, which is also located in Madhurdaho, South Kolkata, is also under ED radar. So this is the place where investigative officers are raiding up ahead of there are very few hours left before Arpita Mukherjee and Partha Chatterjee will be produced to court tomorrow, and before that ED is intensifying its probe and trying to reach out more and more locations related to this massive cash haul.
The BJP on its part targeted what it called Mamata Banerjee's corrupt government. Bengal leader of opposition Suvendu Adhikari met Home Minister Amit Shah in Delhi, handing over a taint list of 100 TMC netas.
दोनों इशू में बात हुआ. एक तो रिक्रूटमेंट स्कैम, इसमें एडुकेटेड अनएम्प्लॉयड यूथ करीब 80-90 लाख 80-90 लाख अनएम्प्लॉयड एडुकेटेड यूथ का सवाल है. और ये रैकेट है, इसमें जीएमसी का 100 से भी ज्यादा लीडर लोग का इन्वॉल्वमेंट है. इसको जड़ से उखाड़ना पड़ेगा. ये पूरा रुपया तृणमूल का है और बुआ भातीजा का है.
With fresh raids and political attacks, Partha Arpita black cash saga just turned murkier. With Ritik Mondal from Kolkata, Bureau Report, India Today.
This is an India Today exclusive coming up on the jobs for cash scam that is unraveling in Bengal. We track the money trail behind the mountain of cash found at former TMC Minister Partha Chatterjee's aide, Arpita Mukherjee's residence. One thing is clear from the report that you're about to see. It's all business on paper, but no activity on the ground. Here's more.
This is what 6 officials of the Enforcement Directorate discovered in their first raid on a 2-bed apartment of a former model and actor. 21 crore and 90 lakh in cash, and a haul of gold jewellery and foreign exchange. And 5 days later, this is what the ED seized from another apartment of Arpita Mukherjee. Banknotes worth 27 crore and 90 lakh, and gold and foreign currency worth 5 crore. A friend of former West Bengal Minister Partha Chatterjee, Arpita Mukherjee was also found to be listed as director of 3 companies based in Kolkata. India Today took a deep dive into the trail. We first show you how these companies were shown to be operating on paper. In company documents, Symbiosis Merchant Private Limited, incorporated on March 21, 2011, is involved in the wholesale business of a variety of goods. Arpita Mukherjee got a co-director called Kalyan Dhar on July 1, 2021. On paper, Century Engineering Private Limited is involved in manufacturing of special purpose machinery. Arpita Mukherjee was appointed its director on November 9, 2011, and then enters Kalyan Dhar as another director in 2018. Incorporated on October 29, 2014, AK Entertainment Private Limited is shown to be involved in entertainment. Arpita Mukherjee was its first director. Kalyan Dhar named its second director in 2018, the same year when he became director of Century Engineering Private Limited along with Arpita. We tracked the registered addresses of the 3 companies one by one. This is the building that's supposed to house AK Entertainment Private Limited. No signboard, but a slip pasted on a mailbox greets us at the entryway. When we spoke to the guard on duty, he revealed that the premises operates as a banquet hall instead.
नया बच्चे का प्रोग्राम नहीं होगा।
अच्छा, नया प्रोग्राम नहीं होगा। अच्छा,
अगर ईडी रेड किया ना,
हाँ,
उसी के लिए बंद है। अपन
अच्छा,
31 तारीख में बूथ था, उसमें वो काम हो रहा है। वो लोग परमिशन दे के गया है।
अच्छा, तो मैरिज हॉल है बेसिकली। इच्छे मैरिज हॉल है। तो इसके कौन पार्थ तक है?
वो मालूम नहीं।
अच्छा, लेकिन यहाँ कोई ना कोई साहब तो आते होंगे ना?
हाँ, वो पार्थो साहब में 2 बार में देखा है।
अच्छा,
अर्पिता में देखा है।
अच्छा, पार्थो साहब को भी देखा, अर्पिता को देखा।
We next found out a mismatch in the address of AK Entertainment as mentioned in the company papers and as available in the records of Kolkata Municipal Corporation. In municipal records, the same 95 Rajdanga Main Road address is registered in the name of one Krishan Gopal Kar. We tracked the Kar family in the same neighborhood. Sanjeev Kar is the son of the man under whose name the address is registered. He claimed that the building AK operated out of was not 95 Rajdanga Main Road in the first place. Kar claimed his family was in possession of the same address and that company used it wrongfully under its banner.
95 राजडंगा जो प्रेमिसेस नंबर है वो आपका है,
मेरा फादर है,
आपके फादर का है, ठीक है।
मेरा घर में जो टैक्स पे रहा है, कहीं वो तो इलीगल है, अभी पता चला। उसका तो कोई डॉक्यूमेंट ही नहीं है पेपर से।
तो प्लॉट नंबर क्या है?
ED 10, 11, 12।
ओके।
3 प्लॉट लेके एक बिल्डिंग बनाया है।
Municipal records confirmed the Kars have been paying the property tax of the same premises for the past several years, identified as the official address of Arpita's AK Entertainment Private Limited on paper. We now investigated AK's business and finances. Company documents show exponential growth since its incorporation in 2014. Documents accessed by India Today also show the same company bought a 1,187 square foot apartment worth 75 lakh in Kolkata's Diamond City South. The payment made through 2 bank accounts. The Diamond City apartment is the same property from where the ED found 27.90 crore in cash. Officials suspect AK could be a shell company registered in the name of Arpita. And Partha Chatterjee was using it to infuse black money by way of cash and through property deals. In search of Symbiosis Merchants Private Limited, the wholesale goods company with Arpita Mukherjee as its director since 2011, we reached its Belgharia address registered in company documents. No signboard, no banner. Turns out it's the same place Arpita Mukherjee's mother lives in. No trace of any company operating out of this old building. No staff, no worker either. But according to documents accessed by India Today, the company held its annual mandatory meetings at the same address. Symbiosis Merchants also maintained financial statements. The place looks familiar. It's the same Diamond City apartment from where the ED hauled unaccounted cash late last month. But on paper, it houses Century Engineering Private Limited, which had Arpita Mukherjee as its director for almost 11 years now. No staff, no workers. But the so-called company is also regular in issuing financial statements. With Munish Pandey in Delhi and Mohammad Hizbullah in Kolkata, a special investigative report by India Today.
Time for a quick commercial break. Don't go anywhere. Lots more on the other side.
I don't read the news. I read between the lines to tell you the true version of events. The true story of our times.
To document grief, the toughest assignment for any journalist to be.
From those who matter.
Women politicians going to stick up for each other.
Of those who should matter. I document the truth. I don't distort the truth. I don't glamorize the truth. I don't gloss over the truth.
The ghosts of India's contentious medieval history have come knocking again.
I hustle for the truth. On the ground, in the newsroom, in the studio. I don't try to grab eyeballs.
I inform you to make you see the point.
To the Point with Preeti Chaudhary. At these times, only on India Today.
Just a few days to go before the release of Amir Khan's upcoming film Lal Singh Chaddha, but it's already become the center of controversy. Amir Khan appealed to the citizens, asking them, pleading them not to boycott the movie and give it a fair chance. Here's a report about what is this controversy about and why is the boycott Lal Singh Chaddha trending on social media.
Amir Khan and upcoming film Lal Singh Chaddha is being trolled and targeted days before its release. The hashtag boycott Lal Singh Chaddha has been trending on social media for the last few days. But what have Amir and Kareena done to invite the wrath of social media users? Well, the actors seem to be paying the price and being cancelled for comments they made years ago. Amir Khan is being branded anti-India and anti-Hindu as Twitterati have joined hands for a campaign to boycott his upcoming film. And it's not over one controversy, but a number of them. First, over this scene in Amir's film PK.
Brother, mainu jaan de.
मेरे छोटे छोटे बच्चे। मालूम है हमका, गणेश जी और कार्तिक इतने छोटे भी नहीं है वो, अकेले रह सकते हैं घर में। आप हमारा रिमोट दिलाई दो, फिर जाओ अपने फैमिली के पास।
Second over his intolerant India comments back in 2015.
For any society, it's very important to have a sense of security. The last maybe 6 months, 8 months, there has been a growing sense of despondency, I would say. Kiran and I have lived all our lives in India. For the first time, Kiran says, should we move out of India? Now, that's a disastrous and very big statement for Kiran to make to me.
And it doesn't stop there. There's also outrage over Amir saying in a TV show that people should feed the poor rather than buy milk for Lord Shiv, and also over his meet with the Turkish First Lady during the shooting of Lal Singh Chaddha last year. All these issues have come back to haunt Amir Khan, and it's led to a widespread boycott call on social media. To add fuel to this raging fire, Kareena Kapoor has also been dragged into this saga, and again it's a flashback comment about nepotism that's gotten her in trouble. And Kareena's latest reaction to the boycott Lal Singh Chaddha trend has also not gone down well with netizens. Speaking to India Today, Kareena said that these trends don't bother her, and also opened up on the raging cancel culture.
I don't take any of this like seriously. I just post whatever I want to post. I don't take, I mean, like, okay, everyone, when if it's a film and it's going to release, everyone will have their opinion.
With days to go for Lal Singh Chaddha's release on the big screen, will the boycott gang get its way and ensure empty theatres greet the Amir starrer, or will content trump cancel culture?
कि जिंदगी गोलगप्पे जैसी होती है, पेट पले ही पर जावे, मन नहीं परता।
Bureau Report, India Today.
At the ongoing Commonwealth Games 2022 in Birmingham, Indian contingent is winning medals one after another. The first ever gold was won in women lawn bowls. Lovely Chaube, Pinky Singh, Nayanmoni Saikia and Rupa Rani Turkey were teary-eyed winners, sharing the top position at the podium. Meanwhile, successfully defending their Commonwealth Games title this time with a victory over Singapore in the final was men's table tennis team winning gold. High expectations from the dynamic team of G. Satya, Harmit Desai, Sharat Kamal and Sunil Chetty has proven correct. Not just that, the winning streak continues for the exceptional weightlifting team as again today, Vikas Thakur won the silver medal in 96 kg with a combined lift of 346 kg and Harjinder Kaur won a bronze medal. Appreciation came in from Prime Minister Narendra Modi, Anurag Thakur, who's the Minister for Youth Affairs and Sports, and overjoyed citizens of the country as well. With 5 gold, 4 silver, 3 bronze, India's official medal tally now has risen to 12 medals, standing at number 6 of the tally after Australia at top, followed by England, New Zealand, Canada and South Africa.
It's a terrific win for India.
It's a wrap on this bulletin for now. Thank you so much for watching. You can always log on to indiatoday.in for all the latest.
Everyone's busy finding what's trending. You're busy finding out why. India Today, for those who research before reacting. Download the India Today app now.
Joining me is someone who's not just a brilliant singer, but an equally good music composer, a fantastic pianist, super talented, and his remarkable contribution in the music industry has also got him Padma Shri Award. Welcome to India Today Television, Adnan ji. It's always a pleasure talking to you. How are you and how have you been?
Thank you very much. It's wonderful to be here. I'm feeling wonderful and very excited about my new song. Every time it feels as if it's the first time. You know what I mean. So it's the usual butterflies in the stomach and hope people like it. But I feel great. I feel wonderful.
Yeah, I wanted to just quickly begin by asking you about the same only. What is your current state of mind now that your song is out, Alvida, your first track ever since the pandemic hit the world? I remember talking to you in Delhi in 2020 when we met for your song, Tu Yaad Aaya, and you spoke about your comeback after a gap of 9 years.
Yeah. Well, the thing was that then suddenly the world changed as we knew it. And now with this new release, it seems almost as if it's the first time. I'm as as nervous and anxious and excited as I would have been in my first release. So I always approach my work, my music with that kind of attitude. I never like to be complacent in any way. I always like to work with the same intensity as I would do it, as if I were doing it for the first time. So there's no change in that respect. But it's overwhelming because of the kind of love and appreciation that I've received so far. I'm very, very grateful and very excited and very, very happy,
Adnan ji, if you could sing a few lines of your track, Alvida.
Sure. Hole hole haathon se haat tum chhode, hole hole ख्वाबों के तार tum tode, है कसम हमें दिल को टूटने न देंगे, धड़कनों से अपनी तुझको छूटने न देंगे, अलविदा ना हुई तू हमारी तो क्या, अलविदा अलविदा अलविदा, हम तो तेरे रहेंगे सदा.
Absolutely amazing. I wanted to ask you about your Instagram profile. You have deleted all your pictures and videos from social media platform. And why is it so? And now it says Adnan Sami 2.0. Your fans are very curious. What does that mean?
Well, actually, I feel as if, first of all, I feel as if I'm moving into a new phase in my musical journey. And I've been feeling these kind of vibes for quite some time, and my whole attitude. I think over the pandemic, I think a lot of us had a lot of free time to reflect upon where we were in life, because usually when you're in the middle of everything, life is moving so fast that you don't really get the time to sit and analyze things too often. But this pandemic gave me an opportunity to sort of reassess where I was in life and what I wanted to do, how I wanted to approach the forthcoming phase of my life. And it made me reevaluate and reassess a lot of things. And so this is my first song release in this new phase of my life. Because I've gone through a tremendous kind of a transformation, as it were, not just physically, but emotionally and, spiritually and even musically. So, I felt that, if I'm going to start this new phase, because I feel very different, my whole attitude has changed. So I said, okay, let's share that, and let's bring that forth in your public approach, in your image, and the way you're going forward in life. So I decided that all my previous Instagram posts, I didn't want to delete them, which a lot of people thought I deleted them. I just archived them. So I wanted to clean the slate. I wanted to clean the slate and start this new phase with a fresh, with all fresh postings. And of course, because I'm internally, I'm feeling like a new person. So I said, okay, fine. So there's no harm in sharing the facts with everybody else. So that's why I went and I said, this is Adnan 2.0. And so therefore, that's why there was this change. Now, having said that, I did that with the attitude that, all right, okay, my first post in this is going to be Al-Vida, because that's the title of my new song.
Yeah.
And so I just posted that one slide and one word, Al-Vida. And frankly, I didn't realize that suddenly people will start coming up with their own interpretation ki kya hai ye lafz, kahin se, people started to get worried. People started to come up with their own wild imagination, their own interpretations, and some people started thinking, is he okay? Is he going through some depression? And some people started to give me lectures and comments that be strong, and life. No matter what happens in life, you've got to go through it, and you've always been a strong person, and so on and so forth. Some people even went to the extent of saying, listen, if not for yourself, do it for your daughter. She needs you. And I'm like, dude, everything is okay. It's just a song, it's just a title. It's just a word. I've not said anything. God forbid, I'm very happy with life. Of course, then the next day I posted a small teaser, and I think that sort of clarified everything that there's no such drastic step that is going to happen, but everything is good, So that's what happened, basically.
Yeah, so talking about the change, I must say you're inspiring so many people out there with your transformation. Talk to me about your weight loss journey, your Maldives pictures that went viral on social media. What's the secret and how difficult has it been for you? Take us through it.
Well, as I think everybody knows who knows me, I've had massive issues with weight. At my peak, I reached 230 kilos, which is one hell of a weight to achieve. But so I lost a lot of weight, and from time to time I keep, as I call it, yo-yoing. A little bit, 5 or 10 kilo, kabhi upar ho jate hain, kabhi thode kam ho jate hain, etc., etc. So again, it's been people who suffer from weight issues. It's frankly speaking a lifelong, struggle. It's not as if you lose weight once and say, right, that's it. I'm done with this. I'm going to be slim for the rest of my life. No, you have to constantly work towards it, And sometimes you put on a little bit of weight, then you lose it, then you put on, so. But, it requires a lot of discipline. It requires a lot of, mental strength. I would say when you're trying to lose weight, it's about 80% mental strength and 20% physical. It's always mind over matter. So when I went to Maldives, I just decided to post some photographs. I had no idea that they would suddenly go viral in the sense that in the manner in which they did. But nevertheless, I mean, it's good to know that people notice these things, and people are very, very, they're very, very vigilant these days. So, I've learned my lesson, especially by the fact that, one word can make such a sensation. So, a photograph speaks 1,000 words, I guess, So,
yeah, of course.
So that's basically, I've been working hard in trying to sort of cultivate my mental strength, my inner spirituality, my physicality, Because I think all of these things you need to work towards. And I think that's where the 2.0 again comes in, you know.
Of course, yeah. But your fans also want to know, if you followed a certain diet, what does your regular meal looks like, you know, during weight loss journey?
Well, you know, I mean, I normally joke around and I say that, well, you know, I went on a seafood diet. No, seafood, oh, what fish? No, seafood, you know. But yeah, I mean, the point is that, you know, it's not, I follow a high protein diet, you know. I follow a high protein diet. I try to avoid carbs and all that. But you see, the truth is that you cannot prescribe one diet for everybody generally, because everybody's got a different body. Everybody's body responds differently to different foods. I mean, you know, there are people out there, for example, they can eat an entire horse, for example, and nothing will happen to them. Their metabolism is tremendous, you know. And there's some people who will have a little bit of food and suddenly it'll just pile onto their body, you know. So everybody's chemistry is different, so you cannot prescribe one particular diet for everybody. But for me, what worked for me was a high protein diet.
Adnan, what are those 5 tips would you like to give out to those who want to lose weight and are struggling to do so?
Well, first of all, consult a dietitian, because don't just go onto the internet and think that, oh, you know, because the internet has these you know, they promote these particular diets, whatever they may be, and they say, oh, you know, you want to lose 10 kilos in 2 months, this is the diet for you. No, don't do that, because, you know, your body can respond in a very different way. Everybody's body breakup, you know, chemical breakup is very different. So first of all, don't do anything on your own. Consult a medical professional, dietitian. And secondly, exercise. Thirdly, you know, nobody can make you diet. Only you can. So, you know, don't do it to satisfy somebody. Don't do it to do a favor for somebody, because you're not doing a favor for anybody. You're doing it for yourself. And don't do these kind of diets where you say, oh, you know what, कल 2 महीने के बाद मेरे रिश्तेदार की शादी है. I have to fit into a certain dress for that particular wedding, or that a certain, I have to, because if you do that, I mean, 95% chances are that once that particular event is over, and if, let's say, you did fit into that particular dress, you'll probably double your weight after that, because you're going to go on a binge. So don't do that. And secondly, you know, whatever you do, if you are overweight, you need to understand one thing, and that is that your struggle with weight is going to be lifelong. And so therefore, don't try to just go on a diet. Change your lifestyle. You have to, your approach to food in general has to change. So you need to, whatever you do now, you need to think that you need to sustain it for the rest of your life.
Coming back to the music, you know, Adnan,
yes.
Take me back in time to the days when everyone's playlist had all your iconic songs, from Tera Chehra to Lift Kara Do. I mean, it was a crazy decade of back-to-back hits. How did it all begin for you, starting right from your childhood? How has your journey been? Give us some anecdotes.
Well, you know, I started playing the piano at the age of 5. My father was in the diplomatic service. He was ambassador to 14 countries. So we were always moving from country to country, you know, in my childhood, all over the world. And when I was 5 years old, he was ambassador to Portugal in Lisbon. Now, the thing is that for ambassadors, the ambassadorial residence is always furnished. So you arrive basically with just your own personal belongings, you know, clothes, a few photographs. The rest of the house has already been furnished. It's already there. It's an official residence of the ambassador. It just so happened that in Lisbon, the ambassador's residence happened to have a piano.
Mm-hmm.
It was already there in the house. So, like, you know, I don't come from a musical family, as as you would imagine. And so therefore, but everybody in my family loves music and loves poetry and arts and literature and so on and so forth, regardless of whether it is from the east or from the west. You know, I mean, my father was crazy about the arts, so he loved music. So when there was a piano there, I mean, that's when I got fascinated by that instrument, and I slowly and gradually started to play it. And my father was delighted that I was playing the piano, and so he started to encourage me. And so I composed my first piece of music around the age of 7. And so therefore, that journey started first as a hobby. And later on, you know, I mean, my father said to me that, look, I'll support you in your music, but listen, get yourself a proper education, which is very important. And, you know, I will support you in every way I can. So he sent me to England. I studied. I was at rugby school. Then I went off to University of London, King's College, and Lincoln's Inn, and I became a barrister at law. So once I finished that, I said, listen, now I want to concentrate completely on music. He said, look, I don't know anything about the music business. So now that you've got your education sorted, go ahead and give it a shot, which I did. And, you know, I was grateful that, you know, people liked my music. And then I came to India in 1999. You know, my first track that was released here with Asha Bhosle ji, was Kabhi To Nazar Milao. And that's when the whole thing started for me in India. My first album was in 1986. I was hardly 17, 18 years old at that time. And that was a classical album on the piano. And that was with myself on the piano and Ustad Zakir Hussain on the tabla. So it has been a long journey. I started very young, and but like I said, many albums later, today it still feels as if it was the first time.
Yeah, always. If you could sing, you know, 2 lines of Lift Kara De or your first song with the song that you just mentioned.
Okay, whichever one. Kabhi to nazar milao, kabhi to kareeb aao, kabhi to nazar milao, kabhi to kareeb aao, jo nahi kaha hai, kabhi to samajh bhi jao, हम भी तो हैं तुम्हारे दीवाने हो दीवाने, हम भी तो हैं तुम्हारे दीवाने हो दीवाने.
Such a lovely voice. You know, how has Indian cinema evolved over the years? I want to know from you, especially in the last 75 years, and what difference do you see in the music that is being composed right now in comparison to that was made back then in 1960s or 50s maybe?
Well, you know, I mean, cinema, like any art form, keeps evolving, you know. And, you know, like, for example, the cinema of the past, for example, just duration. I mean, there was a time when movies used to be at least 3 hours long, right? You know, in the 50s and 60s, there used to be 8, 9, 10, sometimes 12 songs in a film. As opposed to today, movies have, and they were very dramatic, they were very theatrical, they were very larger than life. Even the emotions, the expressions, there was a lot of cinematic license in the stories also, which were sort of very far-fetched in reality, but acceptable in that era of time. Today, first of all, movies have become much shorter in length. The acting style has become far more toned down, more realistic. The stories have become more realistic. You know, if you know, in the past, if there was a macho, you know, Rambo kind of a character, he would beat up 20 people at the same time, and then right after that, he'd go and sing a song and dance around the bushes. You know, I mean, and people accepted that. And I mean, I'm not trying to mock it. It was something that was very beautiful, and it was very nice at that time, you know. And it's even today, if I see that, I mean, some of the greatest songs that you've had. I mean, you know, if you see films like Sholay, or if you see films like Diwar, you know, you had one of the most upright police officers like Shashi Kapoor in Diwar, and then suddenly he comes up with "Keh do tumhe kya chup raho," and you accepted that, you know.
Yeah.
Today, if you see Ab Tak Chhappan, for example, and suddenly if he breaks off into, if Nana Patekar suddenly breaks off into a song, you say, "Excuse me, what's going on here?" It won't be acceptable, you know. So, but that was beautiful at that time, and today what we have is also beautiful.
But you know, Adnan, there's also a remix culture that has come in.
Yeah, I mean, you see, the point is, I mean, remix culture, frankly speaking, is not really a new phenomenon. I mean, remixes have been happening even in the 90s. You know, and the West has been doing cover songs all the time. I mean, you know, Dean Martin did Sway, right? A beautiful song, Sway, and that was basically that was a cover that was an English version of a Latino song, right? And then after that, so many people did Sway, and you can call those as remixes. You know, Pussycat Dolls did it. So many people did it. Michael Bublé did it. I mean, so the thing is, even in our culture, we've had you know, Roop Tera Mastana, Chura Liya Hai Tumne, 90s से चले आ रहे remixes. तो ये कोई नई phenomena नहीं है. वो आप उससे you can argue that, you know, today's remixes are not as good as the ones in the past or whatever. But the fact is that this is actually not a new phenomenon. Yes, one thing I would say, and that is that the quantity of the amount of remixes as opposed to original compositions has changed. I mean, there's more emphasis being given to remixes, and people or producers or music companies wanting to play a little bit more safe. कि भाई आपको पता है कि ये गाना जो था वो पहले बहुत बड़ा hit था. It was a huge hit. So let's play safe and just redo that song and rehash it in a new way. And we will not be burning our money because we are pretty sure that it's going to be a hit again. So the thing is that ratio of remixes has become more now than before. But it's not a new phenomenon. It has been going on for a long time, for better or for worse. I mean, I personally, obviously being a composer, and I believe that we need to have more original songs coming out because, you know, every generation deserves to have original songs that they can identify with. They don't have to share it with any other generation. I feel that is very important. And people
All
need
right.
to... Yeah.
I'm running out of time, Adnanji. On that note, I will take your leave. But before I say alvida, I will request you to sing a few lines from any of your favorite songs that you can relate with in your personal life.
Oh, all of them are autobiographical as far as I'm concerned. But since you mentioned this, Teri unchi shaan mola, meri arzi maanne mola, tu hai sab kuch jaanne wala. मैं हूँ तेरा मानने वाला मुझको भी तो लिफ्ट करा दे थोड़ी सी तो लिफ्ट करा दे मुझको भी तो लिफ्ट करा दे थोड़ी सी तो लिफ्ट करा दे.
That was lovely, Adnanji. Thank you so much for joining us and all the best for Alvida. Hope to see you sing and be seen more often on screen.
Thank you very much. Alvida, alvida.
हाथ तूने छोड़े हौले हौले ख्वाबों के तार तूने तोड़े हौले हौले हाथों से हाथ तूने छोड़े हौले हौले ख्वाबों के तार तूने तोड़े है कसम हमें दिल को टूटने न देंगे धड़कनों से अपनी तुझको छूटने न देंगे.
Everyone's busy finding what's trending. You're busy finding out why. India Today, for those who research before reacting. Download the India Today app now.
Your approach towards these films and these roles. You know, you keep getting asked this question. A lot of actresses keep getting asked this question. What happens after marriage? What happens after 40? What happens? Are there roles written for women? It's a question that women constantly keep getting asked. And you've also answered this in the past. But now I want to ask you, is that, does ageism still exist? Does sexism still exist?
No, I think only on social media, not actually in life, because it makes good topic and you're constantly like talking about it. You're constantly, you know, it gives a topic of discussion. People are writing articles, debates are happening and everything. But I mean, in the reality of situation is that we're still working. Everyone's getting their work. If you're talented, you'll get work. Yeah. If you're looking good, you'll get work. If you're, you know, being yourself, you'll get work. So you have to have the confidence in yourself also, you know. And today, I think everybody is doing great work. Yeah. Age is just a number. I mean, people are doing different characters, and you're as old as you look, you know. So I think that's what you have to go by. I mean, it makes good copy to write things and say things and all that. But I think Twitter or in some platform में अच्छी होती है कि ये discussion चलना कि ageism, sexism, ये है, वो है. But your decisions should speak that.
I don't read the news. I read between the lines to tell you the true version of events, the true story of our times.
To document grief, the toughest assignment for any journalist to be.
From those who matter.
Women politicians going to stick up for each other.
Of those who should matter. I document the truth. I don't distort the truth. I don't glamorize the truth. I don't gloss over the truth.
The ghosts of India's contentious medieval history have come knocking again.
I hustle for the truth. On the ground, in the newsroom, in the studio. I don't try to grab eyeballs.
I inform you to make you see the point.
To the Point with Preeti Chaudhary. At these times, only on India Today.
Co-powered by RK Marble, Khoobsurat Imandari. In association with JioMart, Har Ghar Ka Mart.
Good evening, hello and welcome. You're with the news today, your primetime destination. News, newsmakers, talking points. Tonight, the big parliament showdown over price rise. We'll be talking to Manish Tiwari versus Jai Panda as they look at the big inflation challenge. That's coming up as our special focus on the news today. First, as always, it's time for the 9 headlines at 9. The world's most wanted terrorist, Al-Zawahiri, is killed in a drone strike by the United States. he was hiding in an Afghan safe house in Kabul with alleged Taliban and Pakistani protection. First United States official to land in Taiwan in 25 years. US House Speaker Nancy Pelosi is in Taipei. China warns Taiwan prepares for a warlike situation. UN reaffirms unwavering support to Taiwanese democracy. A week after Sonia Gandhi was questioned, the Enforcement Directorate raids National Herald building in the capital, searches at 12 locations in connection with money laundering case. Congress protests outside the National Herald office. Partho Chatterjee aide Arpita Mukherjee breaks silence on the 50 crore cash mountain seized by the ED in Kolkata, says the money doesn't belong to her. Her nail parlor and 4 properties are raided in Kolkata. Day 2 of the price rise debate in Parliament. Finance Minister says Indian economy is strong, can tame inflation. This as the rupee recovers at 78.69 versus the US dollar. The opposition says the government has no answers to the inflation challenge. Kerala battles monsoon fury. Red alert in 7 Kerala districts. Incessant rain prediction till Thursday. Floods, landslides in several areas. Congress attacks the Modi government over the film. Lal Singh Chadda backs Amir Khan over the boycott trend. Congress Neta Priyank Kharge says India has become intolerant as IT cells linked to the BJP are accused of pushing ahead with this trend on social media. India's historic win in women's fours lawn bowls at the Commonwealth Games. The first time the Indians have won in the sport. They beat South Africa to clinch gold.
A really strong New Zealand.
And more gold for India also in table tennis. India regains the gold medal in the table tennis final. Player Harmeet Desai leads India to a historic win under Sharad Kamal's captaincy. But first, the big story that's breaking this evening. US Speaker Nancy Pelosi has landed in Taiwan amidst warnings from China. In a statement upon her arrival in Taiwan, Pelosi has said the delegation's visit honors America's unwavering commitment to support Taiwan's vibrant democracy. She's the first high-level US official to visit Taiwan in 25 years. China says the visit by a number 3 official cannot be treated as an unofficial visit. And clearly, there has been saber rattling on the Chinese side and threats and high-pitched rhetoric at the moment over that visit of Nancy Pelosi. Divya Gopalan, Foreign Affairs Editor at Taiwan Plus, joins us at this moment. Divya, how is this visit being perceived? Is there a genuine sense of unease and a possibility of any kind of Chinese retaliation? Is there any possibility seen of any Chinese retaliation? How is it being perceived, this visit?
I believe you're talking to me. I'm afraid the line isn't very clear at all. I believe you're asking me about Chinese retaliation or possible Chinese retaliation. So China has sent warships to that median line that separates Taiwan and China. They've also sent planes to that line that separates China and Taiwan. We're hearing that there are incursions into the air defense zone. But, you know, that is something that they do quite often whenever there's a high-level delegation visiting Taiwan. China does not like Taiwan having any legitimacy on an international stage, and having government officials from other countries visit Taiwan to China means it's a threat to China's claims over Taiwan, and it gives support to Taiwan as a sovereign nation on its own. And then nothing angers China more than that. But what we do know is that China has yet to cross over that air defense zone into Taiwan's own airspace or even cross into Taiwan's soil. Now, if that happens, that is very likely to lead to a potentially larger conflict, because every time China sends any planes or any kind of military equipment or vehicles into that air defense zone or into that median line, Taiwan has to scramble. If it is the air defense zone, Taiwan has to scramble jets into that airspace to monitor that kind of activity and even try to dissuade China's planes from going further. So if China's planes do go further, Taiwan then has to react. And what that can escalate to is anyone's guess. But what we also know is that China's military is far stronger than Taiwan's any day. China's powerful People's Liberation Army, China has said, will not stand idly by when Nancy Pelosi visits. And China, of course, has one of the most powerful and strongest militaries in the world. And Taiwan's military just pales in comparison. So what can Taiwan do to protect itself? Well, the U.S. by law has to give Taiwan the means to protect itself. So that suddenly draws in the U.S. to this potential conflict that could happen. And now the question is, do either the US or China, those superpowers, actually want to enter that kind of scenario at this point in time? So all of these military maneuvers and all of military movements are being watched very closely. Is it just threats? Is it just rhetoric? Or is there going to be actual action taken?
Divya Gopalan, for that very comprehensive update on all that's happening. I appreciate you joining me there from Taiwan. The very latest coming in. Remember, this is now being seen as the latest global flashpoint. There was another flashpoint this morning globally because in a major airstrike in Kabul, the United States has killed one of the world's most wanted terrorists, Al-Qaeda chief Al-Zawahiri. Al-Zawahiri was killed in a drone strike in Kabul just outside his house there. Here's the other big story of the day.
First Osama bin Laden, now Ayman al-Zawahiri. US avenging the deadly September 11th attacks on its soil, which killed nearly 3,000 Americans. 11 years after eliminating Osama bin Laden, US forces caught up with his number two, the Al-Qaeda's Zawahiri. At the balcony of his safe house in a posh Kabul locality of Shirpur, walking distance from the erstwhile US embassy. A Hellfire missile fired by a Reaper drone took out the Al-Qaeda chief, who was possibly standing and staring at the Kabul skyline. The missile, equipped with 6 razor-like blades and without a warhead, is said to have sliced right through Zawahiri. But there's no way to confirm that that's precisely how he died. Images of the strike showed smoke billowing from the hideout and a shattered balcony, even though there was no explosion.
And what we know, according to senior administration officials here, who did brief reporters just before President Biden spoke, is that they had detected the movement of Zawahiri's family back to Kabul. And that's what led them to keep an eye on this particular building. And then they started to notice this man standing on the balcony a lot, very similar to what we saw with Osama bin Laden in Abbottabad.
The Al-Qaeda chief was sheltered by Taliban's interior minister and Pakistan terror stooge Sirajuddin Haqqani's close aide, revealing a clear Pakistan nexus. The US called the elimination of Al-Zawahiri after Osama as justice served.
Justice has been delivered, and this terrorist leader is no more. People around the world no longer need to fear the vicious and determined killer. The United States continues to demonstrate our resolve and our capacity to defend the American people against those who seek to do us harm. You know, we make it clear again tonight that no matter how long it takes, no matter where you hide, if you are a threat to our people, the United States will find you and take you out.
Hunting down the Al-Qaeda chief was a task for US forces and intelligence agencies, coming as it does over 2 decades after the 9/11 attacks. While bin Laden's hideout was covered with a 7-foot wall, Al-Zawahiri was visible to CIA drones when he was strolling in his balcony. Biden was briefed about the Kill Zawahiri operation 2 months ago. In July, the operation plan was presented to him along with the model of the Al-Qaeda chief's house in Kabul. President Biden ordered the attack on July the 25th. and it was on the 31st of July that the Al-Qaeda head was eventually killed. The US and Taliban blamed each other for breaching the Doha Pact after the killing. The war on terror continues. Bureau Report, India Today.
Indian economy, compared to the situation prevailing in many of our peer groups and compared to the situation in many of the developed economies, is definitely much better.
आपने पालने से लेके कब्र तक कोई ऐसा मसला नहीं छोड़ा है जिस पे जीएसटी ना लगी हुई हो। कफन का कपड़ा ओढ़ने के बाद सर, कफन में जेब नहीं होती है सर, हम सब जानते हैं। उसकी जेब पहले ही आपने ढीली कर दी।
It's a matter of record that all states agreed to the proposal. I put it on record.
If you add the three numbers up, 20, 7 और 29, एक नंबर मिलता है सर 56. क्या बात है? 56 इंच सर.
Performance of the Indian rupee is much better than its own peers.
We are a classroom sitting here with students. On this we walk out. You don't want to give us a chance to even express ourselves.
Now, for the last 2 days, Parliament has seen a long and often acrimonious debate over what many believe is the issue of our times: inflation, price rise, and the state of the economy. Lots of arguments have been made on both sides by the government and the opposition. So we thought, good time to do a fact check. Where does the truth really lie on issues like inflation? Joining us now, two very special guests: Manish Tiwari, who was the lead speaker of the Congress party on that debate in the Lok Sabha, and the Vice President of the Bharatiya Janata Party, Mr. Jay Panda. Appreciate both of you joining us. I'm going to break this down into specific questions. The first question that I want to raise: Nirmala Sitharaman, Finance Minister, said inflation is a global problem. Is that a good enough reason, is the question we will raise. But first, listen in to what Nirmala Sitharaman had to say.
Indian economy, compared to the situation prevailing in many of our peer groups and compared to the situation in many of the developed economies, is definitely much better. But that does not mean that we are running away from saying, because, like some of the members have said, imported inflation, and because of the imported supply chain related problems and global commodity prices, we are being impacted. These are realities and we are here to answer and discuss on them. हम भाग नहीं रहे। और ये भी सच्चाई है कि नंबर्स के मुताबिक भी हमारे इन्फ्लेशन रेट का एक बैंड रहता है। 4 is the median point, -2 or +2 is what is normally accommodated. And we are at 7 with some effort. Or it can be slightly more than 7, but we have made sure that the Reserve Bank and the government put together are taking enough steps to make sure that it is kept at 7 or below, ideally below 6, the band.
Manish Tiwari, respond to what you've heard. The fact is that inflation is a global problem. At 7.01%, India is better off than many countries. The US at 9.1%, UK 9.4%. The world, Russia at 15.9%, we are better off.
Well, Rajdeep, the question is that are we really better off? Or is this really a mythical play of numbers? Now, if you were to look at the wholesale price index, headline inflation has been in double digits, now going back 14 months, which essentially puts you right in the middle of the second wave of COVID-19. And now comes the paradox. The existing paradox is that consumer food price index was at 1.96% in the April of 2021. It climbed to 8.38% in the April of 2022, before moderating slightly to 7.75% in the June of 2022. Now, what this essentially means is that you had already started going up the inflationary curve even as we were getting into the second wave of COVID-19. And the food price inflation actually followed the headline inflation number. So it is not something which is a consequence of the Russian-Ukrainian war or jet supply lines as the government would like to make it out to be. In fact, the problem really dates back in time, and had the government taken effective measures to address it, they may have ended up arresting it.
So you are actually saying that the inflation pressures had begun even pre-Russia-Ukraine war. Therefore, you claim that the government of India cannot solely blame the supply deficiencies, linkage breaks because of war for rising inflation. Am I correct? Is that how I understand it?
You're absolutely correct. And may I also add another thing, that you see, the Russian-Ukrainian war started on the 26th of February 2022. Now, most of the sub-Saharan African countries have been badly hit primarily because grain imports from Ukraine came down to zero. But India does not import grain. In fact, if I can put it a little cynically, we have been beneficiaries of the Russian-Ukrainian war so far because we bought oil, crude oil at discounted prices from Russia. We've actually got fertilizer at discounted prices from Russia because essentially they're trying to sell around the world to fill up their war chest. So in a very perverse sense of the word, till now we've been beneficiaries of that conflict rather than being victims.
Okay. Jai Panda, you want to respond to that? Because when I look at the numbers, the fact is that wholesale inflation in particular, even pre-Ukraine, was in double digits. December 2021, 14.27, January 2022, 13.68, February 2022, 13.11. So inflation was already steadily climbing.
Rajdeep, this is one of those rare situations where a global event, in this case the conflict in Ukraine, has had a severely negative impact on almost every country in the world. And it's not just about grains, as you know, it's also about fuel. And the reality is that while India has managed to keep its inflation, and what is really important for the Indian citizen, the common citizen, is not the wholesale price index, but the consumer price index. And so that has been kept at just above 7%, which is actually quite a remarkable feat because, you know, if you look at other nations, you look at the US, for instance, has more than 9% inflation, which is something like a tripling or a quadrupling of their typical inflation. And the same thing goes for many other very strong economies, whether it is in the UK or other European countries. This came on top of another black swan event, which was the COVID pandemic, which hit all countries in the world. Now, the reality is India bounced back better than almost every other country and has been showing high growth rates and has been controlling inflation far better than any other country. Now, I can keep on giving you statistics, but as the finance minister quoted, let me also quote a former RBI governor who is a very well-known economist, Raghuram Rajan, and he is particularly celebrated by my friend Manish Tiwari's party, who has on the record just this week stated that India has done a remarkably good job of managing inflation vis-a-vis other countries.